Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Monday. Hopefully, you all had a wonderful weekend and are ready for some Pokemon TCG related content, because that's what we've got on the agenda today. Had a real busy week last week, doing 3 straight days of tabletop content. This week, I don't have 3 days of tabletop scheduled, but I do have 2. I've got Jesse coming in on Wednesday to test out some of the top finishing decks from the Champions League, which happened in Japan this past weekend. So, very excited about that. Yes, there's a massive 2,600 player event in Japan this past weekend. I know many of you probably tuned in to the stream and got to watch the excitement unfold. We've got the top 16, many of the decks from the top 16, posted here on Limitless, with Lugia taking it all. And it does feel good that we had Lugia on our testing table last week. So that does feel good, because this is the deck that ended up winning, and it's got a 3/3 Cinccino line, and it plays the Master Ball. Master Ball, dude. The ace spec to win the first major event with the cards that are going to be in our Temporal Forces set. Master Ball. That's pretty crazy. I did not review Master Ball very highly as an ace spec. I did not. In fact, I explicitly said that it is one of the worst. And I do still hold that opinion. Master Ball is one of the worst ace specs. But when you're talking about Lugia V-Star, this deck only cares about one thing. It doesn't need anything other than to get Archeops in the discard pile and Lugia V-Star into play. And I did, and I was in agreement. I know YRG was in here last week, saying that you got to play Master Ball and Lugia, and I was like, you know what? Yes, actually, you're right. You're 100% correct. And I didn't really feel like the ace spec spot in Lugia was actualized, or that it really mattered. But Master Ball is the best one, because all you need to do is get Archeops into play. That's the only thing that matters. In Lugia decks, you barely need to play supporter cards. You really don't have to. You've got gift energy to draw. You accelerate energy into play from the board. So the only thing that, like, you can just play Boss's Orders. Yeah, and it played Jock. I know. The list I had on stream was, like, strangely close to this, actually. It was. Just the one Luminion, no Squawkabilly, emphasis on Lugia and Cinccino. They had 2 Snorlax. I think that's cool. Yo, what's up, Balansat? I think that it's good to hone in with one deck at first, just to learn the concepts of the game, and then once you feel really comfortable with that one deck, it's good to, like, branch out. But yeah, no, I think you're on the right track. Just jamming one deck's really gonna allow you to, like, learn the ins and outs of the game. But then, like, once you feel comfortable with that, then move along. Thank you, Shiro Yu, for the sub in the 46 months. Thank you, Mr. Mountain Dew. Thank you for all the subs to get the stream kicked off as well. We had Cacturn Jack with the 38 months. Tons, the sub, and the 3 months. Congrats on your League Challenge win. Clam Burglar with the 2 years. Kyle Neal with the 54 months. And Jester, the 24 months, 2 years. Yo, thank you. Shiroyu, Mr. Mountain Dew, Ben Latufo. Thank you all so much for the subs and the warm welcome to the stream. Thank you, Trainer Joe, for the sub and the 52 months. Dang. I appreciate it. Thank you. This list decided to play the 2 Great Ball. I was trying to Nest Ball here just because I really wanted to get, Lugias and Minchinos out early, but Great Ball makes sense. I mean, it's a card that can help you to get Archeops. Today, Hatless Day. I've got a hat right here. Am I looking empty without my hat? I've also got the Santa Cruz hat. That's a nice cap. I could do... Yeah, how about that? Unfortunately, I can't do backwards hat right now. Backwards hat is bad. My hair is at like the worst length to do backwards hat. As you can see this can't do it. This is not great. this little floof sticks out the front. So unfortunately, I'm not in backwards cap angle right now. So I'm either in forwards cap angle or no cap. That's where we're at. To Collapse Stadium, that makes sense. You just want to be able to bump your Luminion. You can even bump your Lugia V-Star. I mean, with 2 Collapse Stadium, you're just playing 2 to give yourself a higher chance of being able to find it early. And, you could play this deck as just a single prize deck. It's part of what makes it so strong. Because with the 2 Snorlax and the 3/3 Minchino, you could just set up Archeops, collapse away your Lugia, and then boom. You've got this like really insane board state. I really like this list. I think Serena is really interesting too. Serena makes sense because it is a card that can act as a boss's orders in some situations. I mean, it allows you to gust up Luminion V and stuff like that. But then, and it can also allow you to gust up opposing Pokemon V, like Giratina V. But then it could also, in a pinch, allow you to discard Archeops from your hand and draw cards. So I really like the kind of very funny inclusion of Serena in this list too. The Jacques, obviously. I think the Jacques is good. The Jacques good. If we had Professor Burnett, this would just be Professor Burnett, but we don't have Professor Burnett, so Jacques it is. And the Collapse Stadium, or the Master Ball, dude. 3 Iono, 2 Research, 2 Boss, 2 Serena, 1 Jacques. That's it. Simple. But just wonderful in its construction. I absolutely love this deck list. I think it's really slick. And I think that it's definitely feasible to see how this deck was able to take the whole event down. We also got Arceus, Alolan Vulpix V-Star, which is... I mean, this is a deck we saw performing well at the City Leagues in Japan. But then, like, for it to show up at the Champions League and get second place, it's just absolutely crazy. I mean, and it's all because of the consistency of Arceus V-Star and then the disruption power of the Snow Mirage attack. Snow Mirage makes it so that... during your opponent's next turn, you prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from Pokemon that have an ability. There's no more escape rope. So pushing around cards like this is just much more difficult than it used to be. feel like I'm having camera issues here. Hold on. Yeah, this thing. Oh, I see. I see what I've done. My space heater is like in the way of my tripod. There we go. Great. Okay. Sorry about that. Back to the show. Yes, Alolan Vulpix V-Star also has a silvery Snowstar V-Star power. You're probably never using that, but you could. It's a free attack. You could do a lot of damage if your opponent has a lot of Pokemon V in play. Mostly you're going to be using Snow Mirage. Snow Mirage effectively blocks... I mean, think of all the attackers. You can't be knocked out by Chien-Pao EX. You can't be knocked out by Gholdengo EX. You can't be knocked out by Charizard EX. You can't be hit by Iron Leaves EX. And it's not affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. That's pretty interesting. Goes through Mimikyu. Can't be hit by Miraidon EX. It's true. There's a lot of the best attackers in the format are not going to be able to touch you. Yeah. So, Guardy's not really much of a meta threat anymore post-rotation, but there's a lot of decks that just can't hit you. Opposing Arceus. Now, Alolan Vulpix V-Star gets a lot stronger for a couple of things. Escape Rope rotates, and that was previously a way you could like escape rope the Alolan Vulpix to the bench and then gust it back up to hit it. But that's gone, and now also Path to the Peak is gone. And Path to the Peak turns off all abilities, or makes it so the Pokemon have no abilities. So if you put Path to the Peak in play, you could still, attack into an Alolan Vulpix V-Star, even if your Pokemon had an ability. So that card being gone just gives decks less options to turn off abilities and hit Alolan Vulpix V-Star. So it makes sense for an unprepared meta. If people aren't taking Alolan Vulpix V-Star seriously, then you could absolutely run the gauntlet. And we see these two Arceus Giratina decks. I think in a brand new format, there's just some... bringing a deck that's as consistent as Lugia or Arceus in a brand new format just makes sense, right? Smaller card pool, some old strategies that people had been leaning on for success are now rotated out, and you've got decks like Lugia and Arceus, which are just like old faithfuls, right? Charizard, Lost Box decks, all these decks just taking up the top 8. It's all old decks. In fact, there's not a single really new archetype in top 8, right? You've got Lugia with Cinccino. Cinccino is a new attacker. So we did have a new card from Temporal Forces win the event, but no new archetypes. It's all, and this is one of the reasons why I'm so freaking excited for Pokemon V to eventually leave the TCG, because I mean, look at the persistence of Pokemon V, right? Look at it, right? You've got decks with just a 4/4 Arceus just doing well because Arceus is just that dude, right? Just 4/4 Arceus, 2/2 Alolan Vulpix V-Star. I mean, this deck is almost entirely Sword and Shield era Pokemon. I mean, it is entirely Sword and Shield era Pokemon. You've got Turo Scenario, Airy, and Prime Catcher. Only a couple new cards. Mostly old stuff. This is interesting. Take a look at the Snorlax control deck. Got the Hero's Cape, The Airy, yes. This card is very good in control decks. That makes sense. I like the look of this list. Seems reasonable. No Pidgeot EX, but just, you do have some support Pokemon like Pidgeot and Rotom. Is it the Pokemon V or just completely broken, Jack? Yes. I have maintained the Sword and Shield era as like the worst designed era of the Pokemon TCG by a lot. Yes, the Sword and Shield era is way too broken. But yes, Pokemon V. And the thing is like you can't keep printing Pokemon cards that one up the power level of Pokemon V because eventually your game will just power creep into oblivion. So you need to just let them run their course and then never do it again. Yeah. Yeah. That's fine. They'll all eventually rotate out. But yes, they're way too broken card design. But that's okay. The V-Stars specifically are just absolutely insane. I mean, absolutely nuts. V-Stars are like this generation's tag team Pokemon. Should be one more rotation away, but it's all good. I am excited about the game. I'm excited about the game, excited about the format, excited about the new cards. Like, it is what it is. Yeah. I don't think it's like all doom and gloom. Like, it's fine. I think standard format's totally fine. It is what it do. I've played through way worse. That's for sure. I've played through way worse. This is cool. And it's just that because the Pokemon Company decided to print cards as powerful as Pokemon V-Stars, now they have to lay in the bed that they made and deal with, years of V-Stars being the most powerful cards in the format. Right, because they're ridiculous. They're absolutely ridiculous. And you can't just keep printing cards that compete with the power level of V-Stars. We did have some more interesting results in top 16, honestly. I mean, I think the story of top 8 is that you've got all the old faithful archetypes. You've got Charizard, and this is a Charizard Bibarel deck. People were talking about the difference Charizard Bibarel versus Charizard Pidgeot leading up to this event. You've got a Lost Zone deck. You've got multiple control decks. Lugia, Arceus, multiple variants of Arceus. Top 16, you've got things starting to shake up a little bit more. There's an Ancient Toolbox deck that got 9th. You've got Great Tusk Mill got 12th. And Future Box got 14th. So, thank goodness there was some future Pokemon in top 16, okay? I saved face a little bit on this. We saved a little bit of face. It's Turbo Hands. That's fine. Don't care. There's a Miraidon, and there's an Iron Crown in there. Sick. I save a little bit of face by there being some future Pokemon in the top 16. That's great. It's great. Would have been looking real silly if I'd been talking up the power level of future Pokemon this whole time and it was nowhere to be seen. So that feels good. As I was testing next format, though, I did start to believe in this Ancient Toolbox deck more and more. So I'm not surprised to see this deck get 9th. I think that this deck actually does have some real validity to it and is certainly, a solid archetype as well. And then the Great Tusk Mill, that's so sick. That's fantastic. So the results are in. I'm going to be having Jesse Parker in on Wednesday to sleeve up some of these top finishing decks so that we can play them against each other for Wednesday's stream. And then on Thursday, I believe, Craig is going to be coming through, and we're going to be doing some Gym Leader Challenge featuring new cards. So that's what we got on the agenda. In other exciting news, we've got our very first cards from Crimson Haze revealed, which is pretty crazy. This is going to be our, what? Our June set? Is it June? When's it release? When's this coming out for us? May. Yes. May 24th. Is gonna be May. Yeah, so we're gonna get these cards in May. Gonna be a little while. It's only February 19th. That's the day. February 19th today. And these cards will be legal for NAIC. Got a handful of new guys. Well, let's take a look at it. When's the third Temporal Forces set being revealed? There is no more. All the cards that are going to be in Temporal Forces have already been revealed, Jack. Yeah, I was wrong about that. I thought there would originally be more cards that are going in Temporal Forces, but I was incorrect. No, Temporal Forces is pretty much entirely revealed. So everything that's being revealed now is coming out in May. First up, we've got Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Poke Beach speculated Crimson Haze would be in originally. Yeah, I think I was on that train too. I that train of thought as well. Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. This thing's ridiculous. All right, I'm just gonna take a moment to kind of let this sink in. They're making some really powerful Pokemon cards, all right? This thing's obscene. This thing's crazy. This is nuts. Think about how powerful of a card Radiant Charizard is, right? Radiant Charizard has its limitations, though, right? I mean, it's got a fire energy in the attack cost. That's like the one big thing that really kind of like keeps it in check. Your deck has to play fire energy in order to accommodate for Radiant Charizard. And it's a one-of, it's true. And you can't play Radiant Greninja if you're playing this card. This thing, I'm comparing it to Radiant Charizard because it's got the Elder's Technique. Technique! And don't forget it. This Blood Moon attack costs one colorless less to use for each prize card your opponent's already taken. It's effectively the same thing as Radiant Charizard and its Excited Heart ability, which we know, I mean, this card's been out for like a year now. We know how effective this Radiant Charizard can be. I mean, this card has been a part of many tournament-winning decks. 250 damage for potentially 1 energy at the end of the game is just crazy. This thing does 240 damage, same exact drawback as Combustion Blast. During your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. Same exact retreat, but colorless, and it gives up 2 prizes instead of 1. And it has 100 more hit points. It does do 10 less damage. But the attack cost is colorless. If your opponent has taken 3 prize cards, you could use Blood Moon for just a double turbo energy. It could technically attack for free. That's crazy. What? I didn't even realize that. Holy smokes. It can attack for free. If your opponent's got 1 prize card remaining, its Elder's Technique ability will make it cost nothing. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is just a nuts card. Absolutely nuts. I could see this card being played in Lost Zone decks. I could see this card being played in Lugia decks. I could see this card being played in a whole bunch of things. It's just crazy. 260 hit points on a basic as well. I mean, if you put Bravery Charm or Charm of Courage, what the heck is it called? Is it Bravery Charm? Put Bravery Charm on it, that's 310 hit points. 310 hit points for a basic Pokemon is crazy. Can it be its own deck? I don't think that this card is its own deck. Hopefully that doesn't age poorly, but I don't see why it would be its own deck. I mean, I guess. I guess so. Let me think about this. Let me let it simmer a little bit. I mean, the concept could be you're just putting Bravery Charms on it, right? You just make them like really stinking big. It is really, really, really big. Just make a really big guy, you know? The problem is he's not attacking early. So when you say make it its own deck, is it doesn't really become its own deck. It doesn't really attack as its own deck until like later in the game. So you need to pair it with somebody who like actually can take prizes early. Yes, playing this card, you could play it with Sharon's Care. Yup. Just bounce this thing around. I mean, you could. Could be Bibarel. You could play this in like an Arceus deck. It could be Arceus, Ursaluna, lead with Arceus. Once Arceus goes down, then you're just attacking with like Ursalunas and stuff. I don't know. The card is really, really good. You could play it with Fortress, sure. Fortress EX, right? Blow it up. I don't think Fortress is good. I'm going to be honest with you. But you could. But I don't think it's very good. Thank you, Skinny Boy. Let's get some hype going for Skinny Boy with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Skinny Boy. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the generosity and for the support. Hopefully you're having a great start to your week. Yeah, thank you, Skinny Boy. I could hear Natalie outside my studio talking to Will about the new Applin. So let's talk about the Applin real quick. This little guy is a big deal. A big deal. A dragon Applin. Now, it might not look like a big deal. He's got 40 hit points, find a friend attack, search your deck for a Pokemon, put it into your hand. Might not seem like a big deal, but it is a big deal in Gym Leader Challenge. Dragon decks in Gym Leader Challenge. You know, there's not a lot of dragon Pokemon. Dragons are strong. Okay? Very strong. But like, my Dragon GLC deck only has 9 Pokemon in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And really, if you combine evolution lines, you know, into like one Pokemon, like Garchomp's one Pokemon, Gible and Gabite are just part of Garchomp, then you've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Pokemon in the Dragon GLC deck. And it's really because these are just the best ones. But there is another awesome dragon Pokemon. Flapple. Flapple has the Acidic Mucus attack, which does 50 damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon in play that has an ability. This is a very strong attack. And this attack already sees a lot of success in Gym Leader Challenge on Weavile with the Evil Admonition attack. I mean, this is one of the strongest attackers in the Darkness deck, because so many decks in Gym Leader Challenge just have abilities lined up, because abilities are incredibly strong. If you're playing against a grass deck, or if you're playing against a water deck, really, if you're playing against any deck, Pokemon and play are going to have abilities. I mean, look at this. We've got 1 ability, 2 ability, 3 ability, 4 ability, 5 ability, 6 ability. There's 6 abilities. You know, at any given point in time, you may have 3 in play. That's if you have half your abilities. Almost every single game, you're going to have Rillaboom and Venusaur set up. And then if you've got Roserade, that's 3. If you've got Shining Genesect, that's 4. And then all of a sudden, you know, Weavile's doing 200 damage for 1 Darkness energy. In water decks, similarly, it's a lot of abilities, right? You've got Octillery, Wailord, best attacker in the water deck's got an ability. Wishy-Washy's got an ability. Starmie's got an ability. Inteleon, Drizzle's got an ability. Frostmoth's got an ability. Excalibur's got an ability. It's like, it's not uncommon for Pokemon decks to just have like 4 abilities in play. That's like very common in Gym Leader Challenge. Here, you've got Mareep, Zebstrika, Flaffy, Thundurus, Electric. I mean, at any given point in time, you're probably going to have Flaffy, Electric, and maybe Zebstrika in play. That's 150 damage for 1 energy. In the colorless decks, you've got Oranguru, Squovit, Snorlax, Bibarel. Very easy to have 3 to 4 abilities in play. So Flapple, very low maintenance attacker, energy flexible, which is great for Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks because they've already got a whole bunch of different kinds of energy that they need to accommodate for. So being energy flexible is fantastic. And it's level ball searchable, low retreat cost. But tragically, there were no dragon applins to evolve from. None. All grass. 3 applins, 3 grass applins. Until now. Dragon Applin. And that means Flapple's going to be playable in Dragon-type Gym Leader Challenge decks, which is great. Streaming your energy in Dragon Gym Leader Challenge decks, one of the most difficult things to do. So having another low-maintenance attacker, I mean, really just the only low-maintenance attacker, right? I mean, there are no other 1 energy attackers in this list. They're all 2 energy, which means that you're going to have to play cards like Raihan or Mela or use your double dragon energy to help stream attacks, which you can do, and it does happen. But the Flapple is going to make dragon decks just a lot more stable. We also got a Dragon Diplin. It's got this 2 energy attack that switches in one of your opponent's bench Pokemon and does 70 damage to the new active Pokemon. I'm not as hype on Diplin, but, you know, it's not terrible. I think it's a fine attack. I'm doing Tabletop on Wednesday and Gym Leader Challenge on Thursday. That's the schedule. Do I think game designers are aware of Gym Leader Challenge? Yeah. Yes. I think that the Pokemon Company is definitely aware of the format. Yes. I mean, there were huge Gym Leader Challenge side events happening at the Yokohama World Championships right there. I mean, literally, like, right there. I think with Gym Leader Challenge side events happening at the World Championships, that makes me think that, yeah, everybody kind of knows at this point. You know, if it was something that was just happening in the West, I would say, like, you know, maybe not. But so I don't know. I mean, but like I can't say that there's a Dragon Applin just for GLC, but like because I don't know. No one's in that room. But he's here. And that's sick. Yes. So Blood Moon, crazy. Screamtail EX. 190 hit point, ancient Pokemon. It's a psychic ancient Pokemon, which is pretty cool. Just like the baby Screamtail. Screamtail's got 190 hit points, resists fighting, and the sudden shriek attack, which costs 1 colorless energy, and you can only use this attack if you go second, and only during your first turn. During your opponent's next turn, they can't play any supporter cards. Man. All right. Nothing good can come of an effect like this, right? Just nothing good. Like, it's probably not a great card. But I don't know why they bother printing an effect like this. Nothing good can come of that, right? Nothing. It reminds me a little bit of Horror House GX. I remember when I first read this, I was like, this card's not very good, but this card ended up being like really broken, actually. Horror House GX, if you just combine it with the right strategies, right? It's 1 energy attack, makes it so your opponent can't play any cards. It's different to not be able to play any cards from your hand than supporter cards, but still, this kind of effect just has the potential to be toxic. So, I don't love it when attack effects like that. I don't love it when attacks like that get printed. Obviously, you can Horror House at any time. This is only useful on 1 turn and only if you go second. So, I think this card is not good, but also why? Like, what? Why? Why are we printing effects like that? Like, come on. Come on. Do we really need to? Do we need to? And then Crunch discards an energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. I mean, there are decks. The thing about this attack is it can just give your deck 1 more turn, right? Which is what Gengar and Mimikyu ended up being used for. You would play it in Shadow Rider decks, and you would try to go second, go turn 1 Horror House GX. And then your opponent like effectively couldn't do anything during their turn. So then you'd be able to evolve up into all your broken Shadow Rider Calrex VMAX and limit their hand and start removing their hand with like Trevenant and Dusknoir Tag Team GX. I mean, it was broken, right? It was broken. It was just completely broken. You know, this card could be used in a deck kind of like the way that Horror House GX was used. I mean, that's kind of how that's the context that my mind puts this card in. I don't really see it being as good or even close to as good as Gengar and Mimikyu, but like if a strategy like that unfolded where you just needed one more turn to be able to set up your like broken strategy, I mean, Screamtail is here and could be used for that. Iron Thorn ZX. This guy is pretty sick looking. I'm not gonna lie. The broken thorns, dude. It's got the ability Initialize. When this Pokemon's in the active spot, Pokemon with the rule box in play, except future Pokemon, don't have any abilities. Its attack, Bolt Cyclone, does 140 and moves an energy from this Pokemon to one of your bench Pokemon. This card is really good. Yeah. And it looks sick. The attack is mid, but its ability... Its attack's not mid. Have we forgotten? Have we already forgotten? You could boost that by 100. There's no escape rope. There's no escape rope to push around it. This thing can easily hit for 200 with your Iron Crowns, right? Your future booster energy capsule. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, JW, this card's broken. This card's nuts. This is not Empoleon. People comparing this card to Empoleon V, like, no. Boost by 100 how with Iron Crown. This thing was bad. Yes. 4 crown in play? Yeah, you can get 2 to 3 crown in play easy. Pretty sure there's no reason to play this over taking extra prizes or just taking a one-shot. No, I don't think so at all, Trevor. I mean, imagine this. Thank you, Tumney, for the sub and the 28 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Imagine you're playing against... I'd imagine you're playing against like a Baxcalibur deck or something, and you take a knockout. You take a knockout with this. Like, if at any time you take a knockout with this, your opponent has to respond without their abilities or push it, right? So it's like, and this thing can take one-hit KOs. It's just such a powerful effect. Turning off all abilities. I mean, you're turning off Baxcalibur. You're turning off Radiant Greninja. You're turning off Quick Search. You can one-hit KO Quick Search. Also, the difference between needing 3 energy for an attack and needing 4 is crazy. Wait, is it only... Oh, no, this card is terrible. Okay. I thought it turned off everybody. It only turns off abilities with a rule box? You don't even turn off Bibarel? Why didn't I read? All right, this card's fine. It's fine. Man, it's too similar to Empoleon. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, JW and I both didn't read it. Yeah. We're gonna put this card. All right, you guys are right. We're gonna put this card right into. You know, this card is like the same as who's Guacamole Head? What's his name? The big moose. Yeah, he's like the same as that guy. Why am I forgetting his name? I don't know. Chad'll help me out here in a second. Yeah, Ting-Lu. Yeah. Yeah, this card about as good as this card. Unfortunately, it's Ting-Lu. Surely it's better than Ting-Lu. Yeah, he's slightly better. No, Ting-Lu is terrible. Ting-Lu is like absolutely horrible ability locking card. Well, that's the thing. They have printed all terrible ability lockers. They just won't stop. They keep printing all these absolute weak sauce ability lockers. That's right. I just said weak sauce. Because that's what they are. They keep printing the softest ability lockers ever. And I thought this thing was pretty nasty when I thought it stopped all abilities, but the fact that it's only Pokemon with a rule box, man. This thing's okay. I could see some decks playing one. But it's not nearly as good as I thought it was. When I thought it was all abilities, I was like, oh, this thing's nuts. Yeah. But you could see how I thought that this thing was good if it was all abilities, right? Like, all abilities, I mean, that just can't be bad, right? If it's all abilities, it has to be good. If this was a basic Galarian Weezing, then this card's broken. That's what I was thinking. If this is just Galarian Weezing on a basic, then it has to be good. Right? But now that I realize it's only a rule box, so we're going to put it in Ting-Lu tier. Yeah. Man, yeah. When I thought this thing turned off Bibarel and Baxcalibur... Yeah, no. The Thorns, it looks cool, but it's kind of mid, unfortunately. Fion. Put a supporter card from your discard pile into your hand, and then Energy Press. Okay. Very nice. Parent, I think this is like one of the worst supporters I've ever read. Why has the photographer got a... Come on. No love for the photographer character? What the heck? No, this is one of the worst supporter cards I have ever read. They don't make supporters this bad. Every day. They really don't. Reveal up to 2 Pokemon from your hand and shuffle them into your deck. Then search your deck for up to that many Pokemon, reveal them, and put them into your hand. You can put the same Pokemon from your hand into the deck and then back into your hand. Double Pokemon communication is broken? No, it's not. This card is terrible. No, this card is absolutely miserable. This is not good. Please stop. Please stop. No. No, 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 no. It's conditional. All right, so here's why. I'm not just going to berate you. I'm going to tell you why it's bad. It's bad because it's a supporter that's supposed to help you find Pokemon. But it's conditional in that you have to already have 2 Pokemon in your hands. It's terrible. Oh, I'm sorry, Phoenix Nightmare. The card is not great in Lugia. No, this card will be good nowhere and will be bad. Even Jacques is better than this. And Jacques is horrible. But you would just rather play this. My beloved. I've been saying this. I have been saying that they needed to reprint this card, and they finally did. Let's freaking go, chat. Let's freaking go. Enhanced Hammer is back in a big way. Starting to feel like they didn't print good trainer cards anymore, you know? Fan of waves. What the heck is this? This is a nothing card. It doesn't do anything. What a terrible excuse for an item card. Enhanced Hammer, though. That's what I'm talking about. With all the powerful special energy that they've printed over the last few years, Enhanced Hammer has been a card that I felt like has been desperately missing from the Pokemon TCG, and I am so happy that it's back. Thank goodness. The ability to discard a special energy from one of your opponent's Pokemon is just broken. It's just great. Not broken. It's not broken. It's balanced because special energy are broken. It's just balanced. It restores balance. That's what this card does. And I am so excited that it's back. It's good. It's a missed energy counter. That's interesting. We do have... Listen... Do you think we don't have broken special energy anymore? For all you know, there could be broken special energy in this set. for all you know. Yes, double turbo energy is in the format. Gift energy is in the format. Mist energy is in the format. Reversal energy is in the format. There's lots of very good special energy in the format. They got to reprint special energy retrieval, right? No. I actually don't think that they'll reprint special charge or anything like that. Yo, thank you, Blake, for the sub and the 53 months. Appreciate you. There's like 2 decks that use special energy, so still a great card. I'm not saying that every single deck is going to play 4 Enhanced Hammer. That's not what I'm saying. You can have more nuanced commentary on a card. The card is good for the health of the format. It should exist. Just in case the format gets to a point where you want this effect. I like Enhanced Hammer existing alongside special energy in a format in the same way that I think that Crushing Hammer should always exist. Right? Yes, the 2 decks that play special energy are also the same 2 decks that got first and second place at the 2,600 player Champions League in Japan, right? Thank you, Bryn Turner, for the sub and the 4 months. Thank you. Ancient Box 1 and Seniors. That's sick. Yeah, I'm very excited about this. Have all you degenerates started buying out enhanced hammer yet? They were all gone on Saturday. You degenerates. You degenerates. I've already got a gold. I've already got this one. This card was $5 last week. $5. Yeah. Degenerates. Look at that graph. Thank you, Daxer. The sub in the 2 months. Thank you, thank you. I'm very excited for the return of Enhanced Hammer. I think this card is very good for the health of the format and is an effect that should just kind of be evergreen in the format. I mean, when was the last time they printed this thing? Man, I'm having trouble today. What have I done? Man. All right. Guardians Rising. It's been a while. Dang, it's been a while. Guardians Rising. That was 2017. It's been 2017. I was about to say that 2017 was 5 years ago. Oh my God. I'm so old, bro. I was about to say 2017. 2017, like 5 years ago. Oh, man. 7 years ago. uh, 2017, the distant past. Since then, we've had Anaporter, Dangerous Drill, and Fan of Waves. That's what I'm saying. 2017, I don't think it's a coincidence that 2017 brought in the best modern format in the history of the Pokemon TCG. Okay. 2017 NAIC best standard formats in the history of the Pokemon TCG, in my opinion. I think it is, better than even, I think retro decks are cool, but like, I think people that are like super in love with 2006, I think 2017 is just as good. Oh, did I make top 8 in that format? It just happens to be because it's the most skill expressive format. Yeah, the reason I made top 8 at this tournament is because it's the most skill expressive format in modern history. That's why I finished in the top 8 of the event. Yeah, which is why I like it, because it allowed me to express my skill. Right. But also, no coincidence, Enhanced Hammer was legal. Just saying. Ushered in a golden era of the modern Pokemon TCG. Enhanced Hammer legal at the same time. I am so excited that this card is back. We're so back. Let's go. I think the time I remember Enhanced Hammer being like the most relevant was in 2016. But it created like really interesting gameplay. In this Eviltal Garbodor deck. I played against Jimmy Pendarvis in the finals of the Fort Wayne Regional Championships this year, in the 2016-2017 season. And it was like really interesting dealing with like, you know, enhanced hammers and things like that. Yeah. So like that was just, it was really cool format. Enhanced hammer played a big part. Garbodor was broken. But having just those two enhanced hammer in the deck, man, it made things really interesting. It was good. It was cool. So yeah, very excited about that card coming back. It's the kind of card you can just run. You could just run two of them, and it can just like completely swing matchups, right? And that's kind of why Yveltal played it back then. It was just a good card. You know, and if there's enough decks that use special energy, you just run two. I mean, they were mostly played for the Yveltal mirror, but there were a bunch of uses. Strong energy was a thing. Double colorless energy was a thing. Splash energy was a thing. Pretty sure this entire deck, Jeremiah Williams, yeah, this entire deck was like special energy, but they set up Violet Plume for item lock. Community Center Stadium. Once during each player's turn, if that player has already played a supporter from their hand, they may heal 10 damage from each of their Pokemon. This card is bad. If like Champions Festival is not good, then this card's certainly not good. Yeah, it's like very similar to Champions Festival, just with like a different requirement. Yeah, it's a cheap Champions Festival, right? Moonlight Hills like better in Gardevoir. Yeah, just Bulkaroony. Caretaker. Supporter, draw 2 cards. Then, if Community Center's in play, shuffle a Caretaker back into your deck. Bulk. Lucky Helmet. Now, why wasn't there Lucky Helmet buyouts? Huh? What the heck? It's messed up. And then we got Unfair Stamp. I think this card's kind of sick. I think this card's really cool. Yeah. So this is an item card. It's an A-spec item that has a condition to playing it. I don't think any other A-specs have a condition like this. You can only play this card if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. So it's a responsive item like that. And then each player shuffles their hand into their deck, and you draw 5, and your opponent draws 2. This is kind of nuts. I mean, at any point in the game, you can use this. If your opponent takes a knockout on their first turn, you could just 2. Just to 2. I think unfair stamp plus Arbok EX, that's not good. No one's going to be doing. I just have to make sure that doesn't age poorly. No one's going to be doing that. Arbok's terrible. No. No one's going to be doing that. You can just simply set your opponent to 2 cards. It's good enough. Did Luxray V rotate? No. This card is better. Yeah. You would be better off, like, no one's setting up Arbok EX, okay? Nobody. And getting 3 energy on it. But this? Someone might do this, though. You know, go unfair stamp, Fang Snipe, make sure that, you know, you don't have anything in your hand. Your Arbok EX is just... All right. Arbok EX only does like 120 damage. Arbok's not like... You're getting all that energy onto Arbok to do nothing. 150 damage, 3 darkness energy. The card is broken. You don't need to completely remove the opponent's hand. The card is just broken as it is. Listen, and then if you prize your unfair stamp, you're playing an Arbok deck. All right? Like, stop it. Just stop. See you at NAIC with my Arbok EX unfair stamp deck. Oh, boy. I do think this card is good, though. Thank you, Merkowitz, for the sub in the 36 months. 3 years. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this card is cool. I mean, limiting your opponent to 2 cards as early as, like, the second turn of the game, if your opponent goes first and goes second and gets a, you know, turn 1 knockout or something. That's just crazy. Ancient Box plays this instead of Awakening Drum? I don't actually think so. Because what is Ancient Box going to play 1 hand disruption card? No. For like, no. You're just gonna just play the card that counts as an ancient card and lets you draw like 6. Thank you, Bergman, for the Prime in the 47 months. Yeah, it's interesting. I think that's really interesting card design. I don't think it's like broken. I don't think that it's super, you know, underpowered either. I think it's just like a good kind of solid hand disruption option as an A spec. It's an interesting card. I like it. It'll just be a matter of finding out like kind of what's the fit. You know, what's the fit of the unfair stamp. You know, and maybe it could certainly be another option for control decks. It could. All right, so those are the new cards from our set that's going to be coming out in May. We've got 2 sets that'll combine to make our May sets. It'll be... Night Wanderer comes out in June? Wait. Our Twilight Masquerade set in May. Crimson Haze in April's unannounced Mask of Change set. There we go. Yes. I was definitely excited to see the mill deck do well. Jesse and I are going to be having decks from the Champions League in Japan built so that we can show them off on Wednesday. That is very hype. I mean, the top 8 is not very exciting. Lugia winning is cool. Outside of that, every other one of these decks is a total snooze fest, in my opinion. But that's fine. Lugia winning is cool. Master Ball winning is cool. Master Ball winning is hilarious, actually. All right. Anything else before we open the application? I think we're coming up on... Oh, there's maintenance tomorrow. That's right. Maybe they're changing everything. Maybe they're fixing everything. Maybe they're completely changing everything. No, I didn't get the Pokemon Time magazines. I got enough Pokemon stuff in my house, in my studio. Honestly, it's just I thought about it, but they're cute. They're really cute. I like the Pokemon Time magazines. I thought about. Aren't we coming back? Aren't we coming up on the? Aren't we coming up on the 2-year anniversary of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live? I think I saw that on Trust Your Pilot's Twitter. We should celebrate this. I was thinking about celebrating this. 2 years. When was what set was Lost March released in? What set was that? This is sketchy. Lost Thunder, yes. Because that's when when was Lost Thunder released? And this is, man. $5 years ago? The game's been in development since Lost Thunder. So really it's that old. But it's 2 years public. But it's been in development since Lost Thunder. So since 2018. So that it kind of helps with perspective. Like, it's been in the oven since then. All right, here we go. Broken deck. So I was thinking about doing like a like an actual I was thinking about doing like an actual 2-year roundup where we talk about the state of the Pokemon TCG Live in 2024. I don't think my Espathra deck can beat this deck. No, it can't. We're going to scoop this one up. Oh, my poor Espathra deck cannot beat the Gardevoir EX deck. Suzatoon! Oh, thank you so much, Suzatoon, for the 5 gifted subs. Hopefully you're doing well. I appreciate you. Thank you, Suzatoon. But yes, I was thinking about doing like a 2-year roundup, the state of the Pokemon trading card game, and just do like a very measured and kind of just like an update, you know? An update on the status of the client, you know, the improvements that have been made over the last couple of years, so on and so forth, right? That's what I was thinking. Dang, I'm really not hitting any of Espathra's good matchups, huh? Listen, Espathra really only trying to play against like Charizard, Giratina, Roaring Moon, like anybody except for like Control and Gardevoir EX. Just like, come on. But I think it's, I don't know. I think about like, I like reading articles on like roundup articles. I like reading articles that are like roundups of like, you know, the Pokemon or like the Nintendo Switch in 2024, you know? Like what's the state of the Nintendo Switch? What's the state of the PlayStation 5 in 2024, you know? Stuff like that. So I've been thinking like, yeah, what we just talked about. Now that we've had over a year or about a year to like really live with the client, play it, all that. We can't beat Control with this deck because this deck plays no Switch cards. Looks like I'm playing against a Lost Zone deck with my broken Espathra deck. Got a fine looking opening hand with Flittle, couple Natu, go get Mew EX. They've got Manaphy in the active, so I won't even be able to use my Mew to copy Radiant Greninja. So I'm just going to get out. I'll get out a Flittle and a Mew, sure. Bench these. Do that. Psychic Energy to Flittle. Restart. And and research. Okay, unfortunately, did not find a TM evolution, but I'm ready to go next turn. Just gotta hope that my opponent does not do anything too crazy this next turn, but they shouldn't be able to. I've got Manaphy. They didn't get a single card into the Lost Zone last turn, so I think we're more or less chilling. Looks like it's one of those Lost Zone decks that plays Darkness Energy and Water Energy, so maybe not a Giratina V-Star deck. I was thinking that's what it originally was. What do I think it'll take for Pokemon to put up a bigger purse for tournaments? They already, they just increased prize support. I don't think that they're going to increase prize support again anytime soon. Yeah. No, I think they just made that update. Like, they're not gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna change things anytime soon. Nor do they have to. I mean, think about other tabletop TCGs. Right? Like, other tabletop trading card game, like Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't even have like cash prizing for their events. Magic has them beat, sure, but I think Pokemon's very content with second place. I don't think that Pokemon feels like they have to like outdo. Also, Magic the Gathering is like got a lot of other problems going on as far as like their game is concerned. So I don't think that Pokemon feels like they have to copy everything Magic is doing. Yeah. And it's true. Pokemon is also, they have their money spread out. They have their money spread out with like the video game, the trading card game, Pokemon Go. Right? All that. But no, Pokemon I'd say is probably very content to just keep doing what they're doing. I don't think that they feel like they need to keep up with Magic. Especially since Magic customers are kind of just feeling burned right now by the economy in Arena. At least from what I've heard. So I think Pokemon's competitive play is in a really healthy spot. Actually, Pokemon tournaments are like the biggest that they've ever been, which is kind of crazy. Right? I mean, Pokemon tournaments are the biggest they've ever been. You have a huge influx of interest in players. And I don't think, like, Pokemon doesn't have to compete with, like, League of Legends, you know, on, like, the esport front. I don't think it really has any desire to do that. I think you kind of think about it as, like, you know, in the realm of competitive tabletop games. And in the realm of competitive tabletop games, I think Pokemon occupies like a really healthy spot. Interest is way up. The community is like happy with the amount of prize support that there exists right now. I think maybe some in the community kind of like would hope that for 2,000 player events that maybe prizing pays down further than 32, but I think that it's also fine that it does. Because, I mean, like $1,000 at top 32 is like pretty good. Like real good. And also, there's just the understanding. It's not... And I kind of am a big advocate of this. Like, the Pokemon TCG is, like, not an esport. It's never really meant to be one. You know, it's a hobby. And I think that there's a certain point where, like, if you put too much prize money into the Pokemon TCG, you'd ruin it. Because it would become a game that's just like, you kind of lose the heart of the game, right? Ultimately, it's a hobby. You're supposed to play it for fun. Like, you know, it doesn't... Like, Pokemon's not a professional sport. It's not even a professional game. It's really... Yes, too much prize money will attract professional poker cheaters. There's a certain point where it's like too much money ruins it, right? Because you lose all the fun and it becomes just about making money. Does any Pokemon Pro player get salary from it? Yeah, I mean, there's like a few sponsorships in the game that are lucrative enough. I mean, certainly, like, Full Grip Games pays me a living wage. You know, Azul, I think, gets hooked up pretty good by Gaming Grid. But that's not just for, like, exposure from going to tournaments, though. That's from content that's being created. Those are sponsorships that exist because we're content creators. Like, I don't think that nobody gets paid any amount of money to just show up at a tournament in a t-shirt. Like, not. And if they do, that it's not sustainable, and I can assure you it won't last. Tord had a sponsorship deal going on when he was streaming. I'm not sure what his current deal is. I don't. But if there's any player who could, you know, get paid to just show up to wear a t-shirt, then I guess that Tord would be that player. For sure. But I think, you know, it's funny if you had, like, mentioned the concept of sponsorships in the Pokemon TCG. Thank you, Brandon, for the tier 3 sub and the 54 months. True. Happy President's Day. Shout out to all the presidents. If you had mentioned the concept of sponsorships in the Pokemon TCG, you know, I'm tired of playing this Espathra deck, okay? Maybe we just don't get the Espathra video. That's fine. I'm over it. The deck's not good. Thank you, Zen Atmos, for that sub. Appreciate you. have been thinking about Miraidon though. Sajin finished in the top 8 of some tournament that he recently played in with Miraidon deck. I'd been intending on trying out Sajin's list, so let's do that. I have not tried his list yet. I did make an Alakazam EX video. Oh, yeah. For sure. Research, Boss, Ionos, No Judge, a Raihan, and an Arvin. Do I think this year's format will be good? Sure. Yeah, seems fun. It's Pokemon cards, you know? Just excited to play some Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards are fun. Format's in a fine spot. Luminion in here. That's awesome, Snoopy. Glad to hear it. You've been printing out deck lists from the mid-2000s. It was very balanced and a lot slower paced than today. Oh, I know. I have pretty much almost the entire history of the Pokemon TCG. I've got like near 200 retro decks built in my retro collection. I mean, I've got almost everything. I'm missing, some Diamond and Pearl era stuff, but like, heck yeah. No, I know. But the game can't just stay the same forever either. And I don't expect it to. I think that's the game, and I talk about this all the time, the impossible challenge of designing a tabletop trading card game. The impossible challenge is that you need to constantly update and reinvent the game while keeping it feeling similar so that its identity remains intact, right? Like, how do you... The Pokemon Company releases a new set of cards like every month and a half. Every month and a half! They update the game every month and a half. And the game has been going on for like over 25 years. And the Pokemon Company releases a new set every month and a half. Now, obviously, we get those sets internationally in like big combo sets or whatever every 3 months. So how do you update a game every month and a half? Every 6 weeks, you update your game, and it needs to feel different yet the same. How? It's the impossible task. So I'm not gonna be too hard on on anybody designing the cards. I think so long as it's like pretty good and fun, like whatever, sure. You guys got an impossible task over there. I'm not gonna sweat too much about it. I do think that the Sword and Shield era is like generally the worst era of the Pokemon TCG in modern history. However, I'm not mad about it because it's like whatever, you got to try new things. I get it. They tried new things and now they're walking away from it. So it's like, so I respect that. I really respect the fact that they tried new things in the Sword and Shield era and that it didn't really, wasn't conducive to like the best, most interesting gameplay. And now they're kind of walking away from it. And that's fine. I think it's a very fine and healthy way to go about game design. So yeah, I think this year's format will be fine. It'll be cool. Sure. Seems great. I really like the design of the Scarlet and Violet era cards, especially if you look at the design of the Scarlet and Violet era cards and compare them to the design of the Sword and Shield era cards. I vastly prefer the Scarlet and Violet era cards. I think that the game itself seems to be heading in a really good direction. Yeah, it's show. I can't even imagine having to update a game like this. Has been going on for so long. I mean, think about other games like, League of Legends, and TFT and stuff. Like, those games haven't been going on for half as long as Pokemon cards. But, like, those games need updated and new things to come out and stuff like that. But, like, I mean, for a game to be going on for, like, and the case with Magic, too, right? For a game to be going on for 25, 30 years continuously, it's a huge accomplishment. It's not easy. I don't know if this deck should choose to go first or second. Yes, online games can be balanced by changing older characters, right? Online games can balance themselves like that. TCGs are difficult because once you release a card, you either have to you have to release cards that counter that card, or you have to ban a card. And really, TCGs hate banning cards. I mean, I should say the Pokemon TCG hates banning cards. Secluded says this doomer at my card shop is quitting because of rotation next month. Says the game's ruined because Miraidon takes a hit. Change is the one constant in TCGs. Like, if you were playing a standard TCG format, change is just inevitable. It's like the whole thing. If you're trying to play a standard trading card game and you don't want change, then you should not be playing a standard trading card game. Period. There are formats that change more slowly. I mean, even Gym Leader Challenge changes more slowly than standard. So see, I could Luminion. That's kind of crazy. I could Luminion for Arven and just get moving. Or I get Mew and then Squawk. Luminion for Arven's kind of crazy. So you get, I would just pretty much, I'll get Mew instead. I don't think I'm expecting to get the turn 1 hands. But maybe it's because I'm coward. Little squawk. I should have Luminian for Arvid, bro. Sure, whatever. Okay. I don't think this list is not playing no no rod either. Oh boy. Sheesh. I guess I got the turn 1 attack with hands regardless, so we're going here. Whatever, man. Yeah, sure. I only had 6 energy in the deck. I know. Holy smokes, dude. I only had 6 energy in a 24 card deck, and I hit 5 of them. All right, so long as my hands doesn't get answered here, I think I'm okay. And I shouldn't have to worry about that. Holy smokes. Miraidon's broken, dude. What the heck? This deck's crazy. I'm gonna Abyss Seeking. Okay. I have like no energy left in my deck. I could just afford to 2-hit KO, but can I 2-hit KO? The Tina. Assuming that this Tina gets evolved up and knocks me out, I guess I got to put these energy back into my deck. That's fine. I'll just attach here, and we're going to boss. The Comfy. And Amp. Just power up the Mew. I know, but I can't, like... I can't get the Mew powered up by next turn. Because I can't Dynamotor and I can't attach. So if I attach 1 Lightning to the Mew... I guess there's a Raihan in my deck. No, there's not. And there's no Raichu either. Keep in mind, we researched all that. Yeah, I'm in danger for sure. I'm not exactly sure how this is going to go. Iron Hands got 2/3 of the way there. Motivate. Shoo! Rope and Tassel. Well, that's pretty good. Okay. I think this list only plays like 1 rope, though. It only plays 1 rope. And I've got no other way to, like... So if they give me a single prizer... Man. I don't think I can win. There's 2 generators left. Oh, I mean, I could... Because if I rope and they send up a single prizer, I could power up Iron Hands for the win. That's what we need to do. And if they send up the Giratina, then I could just win. So we have to rope. Yeah. My win con is to power up. Oh! Yeah! Let's go! All right. Let's go, baby. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. All right, I just need to hit a generator and some energy, and then I'm in. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. I don't think any of these really matter. Come on. You've... Come on, bro. Come on, man. No! No! Dang it. All right, now I cannot win. I don't believe. It's not over yet. I don't know. It's feeling kind of over. I should have put the Bravery Charm on the Squawkabilly. I think would have been a... Yeah, that would have been a better... No more boss left? Oh, I've got everything in the discard pile. Those researches have been nasty. All right, they're going for the Sableye Wincon now. Which actually is like, this is a way that I can maybe win. But I've used my rope already. What are they doing? If they V-star my hands, they can't. They've got 10 cards in the Lost Zone, or 9 in the Lost Zone. Wow, they can't. They don't have 10 in the Lost Zone. They have 9. Oh, this is hilarious. Oh, I think we win. They got nothing, bro. All right, we don't win. But they don't have 10 in the Lost Zone. They can't Sableye and they can't Star Requiem. Okay, all right. So what's the play? I don't want to Iona them to 4. It's got to be Mew. Yeah. But I also like can't take this knockout. I guess I kind of have to. I could just start swinging with Mareep. It's fine. Motivate would have been so sick. I know, but I don't want to research away this energy because I do have like one generator left in deck. There is the double turbo, but that will do 260 to a... So they can call risk at 10. That's fine. I'm going to Iono to 2. But then what do I... And attach to Mew and pass, basically. That's my plan, right? Is like I'm trying to genome hacking this thing. That's like I am manually attaching so that I can genome hacking. And maybe last turn it would have been better to motivate to my Mew EX. It's possible. Instead of taking that knockout. There's the double turbo. But the double turbo doesn't do it. Sadly. And they actually just have win. No, they don't, because they... Right. Okay. Well, this is sad. All right, I think if I motivate there, I win. I think, though. So, double turbo doesn't work because I would have done 260, not 280. Those were some rough discards in the middle of the game, though. Or I guess in turn 1. I had to discard both Raichu and both Flaffy. So maybe lesson learned there. Motivate felt bad, though, because then they could have just, like, counter-catchered my play then, too. I mean, so it's hard to say. Jesse, you like going first or second in this deck? I think it's probably just first, right? Or do you go second in case you're playing against Moon? Or do you want to go first against Moon? That's what I'm saying. I got two different responses there. Yeah, it feels strange. Well, the format's changed quite a bit since I've been playing Miraidon, honestly. I'd say the format's in a very different spot than when I played it at Worlds. When I played it at Worlds, you were going first, no questions asked. Because you played Path and stuff. But I don't know. Some of these Turbo Miraidon decks like to go second, but this isn't necessarily a Turbo list. So that's why I ask. All right. Snorlax Tall. Okay. This could get real ugly real fast. 2, 4. I mean, I have to play Ultra Ball. I don't necessarily want to, and I definitely don't want the Cobalion in play, right? And I don't want this Raihan either. So I can Ultra Ball away with Raihan and the Cobalion. And then I guess I just try to fill my board up with Pokemon that can attack. Okay. Zapdos and Miraidon is all I need. However, I need to also make sure that that Cobalion never sees the light of day, right? So lone Zapdos and Mew. I guess, but I had the Cobalion in my hand, and they're inevitably going to get it, right? Like, they're going to get the Cobalion, so I have to fill my bench because they will get Cobalion, right? Right? Like, they will Erica's invitation for the Cobalion, so I have to, and like, because I can't, yeah. So I have to fill the bench, which is fine. All these guys can attack, and then I can just tandem unit. Thank you, potentially unwanted, for the Prime sub. Probably just, let's see, another Miraidon, and then I can think about that for a second. I could get a hands. It's like fine. Thank you, DJ, for the Prime sub, and Shupan for the sub in the 43 months. Thank you. No, right, too bad, yeah. Okay. I don't think stadiums, like, particularly matter. So I'm doing 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah. Raikou will be doing some damage. It's fine. They play Temple, right, which doesn't matter, so. All right. Okay. Pass. Think you pretty much go first versus everything, besides maybe Moon and Charizard. I like that Arven artwork. It's cool. Yeah, Moon is tough though, right? This list does not play a vacuum. So, no. Could not have done that. Right, they're going to get out Mimikyu. You can power up Mew EX or Zapdos for that. It's fine. Does Seijun's list play vacuum? I'm tripping then. It does. I lied. It does have a vacuum. I could have done that. You are correct. I take it back. I did not think that there was a vacuum. You did get me. So true. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. I'm actually knocking out the Rotom, so that's sick. Let's just do it. Well, I can't, because I can't retreat. Huh. I like have to go get a switch. So that's fine. I can draw one card. That's the card. That's the card. You boss Rotom, then retreat. That's it. Yep. You're so right. So I didn't need to use this at all. It's fine. We'll get... You place 7 damage counters on your opponent's active Pokemon. That's right. You boss them retreat. Yeah, I'm rusty, dude. I'm rusty. I need to brush up. Right, because then I could have just bossed, then we retreat. That's right. All right. Get my head out of rotation. I'm trying. My V-Star power for nothing. Oh, yeah. This is how we lose for sure. Oh, that's nice. They're just gonna bring up the Mimikyu, though. That's fine. I needed to save my V-Star power, but it's my bad. Yes. I slammed my V-Star power thinking I needed to use it to go get the switch. But obviously do not need to do that. Because I was going to boss up the road, in which case it would allow me to retreat. So that's my B. Oh, you've got my fatty iron hands out there now, huh? It's fine. This thing's got 120 hit points. Zapdos doesn't even knock it out. We do play the vacuum, though. So that's nice. However, so we also have 14 energy and a double turbo. So if we get 3, 6, 9, 12, like you see, we'll run out of energy very fast if we try to power up every single attacker. Yeah, I agree, Jesse. I think that's probably the case, right? It's just better to just hope they don't have it. I could see that. Just hope they don't have Erica. But I mean, like, God, that's... The deck plays Erica's. They're going to get it. Right, and then once the Cabalion's up, it's like... Then it's just over. I mean, it seems over regardless. We're so in there. Cabalion gets in there for a clean 30 damage. Yeah, I don't know about that. We did take out their Rotom, though. So, like, it's quite possible that they just don't have a lot going on over there. Double tails. Come on. This is unfortunate. Double heads? That's like the opposite of what you want. I really prefer that to be double tails. Well, that's not a good top deck. The new Walking Wake punches. Yes, lots of cards punch through Mimikyu, just not any of the cards that happen to be in the Miraidon deck. Why did they Sydney? Why did they stack Sydney? What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? Why did you stack Sydney? What are you looking for? They had any card they could have put up. They got to stack 2 cards. All right. I will very happily go see the next 3. Sure. Okay, Ultra Ball those. Fail it. Restart. I don't know that I want to give my opponent Town Store. The double turbo energy, I guess, allows me to retreat, but I could retreat the Iron Hands. I don't want to do that, though. We would much rather switch the Iron Hands. So let's go double turbo onto Mew EX, just so that it... Town Store. I think if I retreat this Iron Hands, it is a losing endeavor. I've got 2 switch and a rope in there. That's fine. Okay. I've only got 3 prizes left. I know they're about to play Misfortune Sisters and just hit all 3 switch cards, though. Which is not great. What's up, global friend? Welcome to the stream. Do I think Miraidon's still good? Yeah, it's fine. Sure. Just take a knockout. And I can draw 1 card. Sure. And I've got... all my switches are in the deck. All of them. All right, here's a Miraidon. Sure. And really, I can, if they don't, like, bounce one of these, if I swing into the Snorlax, then I can... Dang, why am I top decking all these? If I swing into the Snorlax, I can finish it off with hands for game. We got 1 boss left, all our switch left, 2 lightning left. Okay. Alrighty. There's only 2 lightning left. 1 lightning left now. So we have to be careful. So I shouldn't... I think I'm kind of depending on the switches, huh? Yeah, I don't think I'm ever saying that this Miraidon is going to attack. So I'm kind of depending on those. So let's just power up the guys who actually matter. So yeah, I shouldn't have put that energy there. We should just keep those on these 4 guys. I guess there's not enough energy in the deck to reliably power up every attacker anyway. I don't know why they're not hitting me with the Misfortune Sisters, but it's cool, you know? I'm not going to worry about it too much. Maybe prized, maybe so. I guess I did take out the Rotom real fast. Don't do this again. Stop this. There's Rope. It's a good top deck. Yeah, if I powered up a Dawn, it's true. I only have one switch left in the deck. There's one boss, yes. And a vacuum. Okay. I can win if they just don't have it. If they don't have, like, Misfortune Sisters here. Avery. Holy smokes. Avery? Avery. Avery. Holy moly. Wait. Can I undo that choice? No. Can I not? No. Cannot undo. Yeah. No mercy, huh? It's fine. I could go. I could just knock out the Snorlax for game. All right. So I just need to find my switch and I win. And it's in the deck. So we should just have it. Yes, I literally can Luminion for Arvin this game. All right. I do think it's very fun how the Luminion still bounces all over the board. All right. Somehow, miraculously, we did not get punished for any of our errors there. So I'll take that. Great. Super clean game from us. And I prized 2 lightning there too. I agree, Jesse. Super clean. Yep. That's textbook right there. The Lax player did make questionable plays. Yes. With their Silene, I think there is enough energy to fill the board almost, but that I prized almost all of it. I think I prized 4 energy that game. But I suppose it's better to just go fast. Thank you, Frocio. I'm glad you liked it. I don't know. Part of me is like, I want to make a 2-year TCG Live roundup video, and then part of me is like, I don't really care. Let's just make tabletop gameplay YouTube videos. If I did do a 2-year roundup on TCG Live, I would want to like write a script and everything and actually have it be like well thought out. Okay. Playing against the Zard. Right. Righto. We've got the double turbo energy. It's great. I mean, I can get the turn 2 hands against a Bidoof. I'm going to Ultra Ball away. I'm probably looking at like a turn 2 Arven to go get Generator and just like gas some energy into play. And I probably am not going to want to play that Iono on the following turn. Thank you, Chicken Strip, for the sub and the 59 months. Appreciate you. Yeah, thanks for the continued support. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, we'll go get our dudes out. Love getting the dudes out. I do need to get a Mew as well, but don't I also want to go get like Flaffinators, you know? I know I want to get a Mew, but don't I also need to get the Flaffies? I was thinking I'd get the Mew next turn, and that it's more important to go get the Mareeps this turn. Yeah. Because then you go double turbo here, and then next turn you pop off with the Ultra Ball, away the Lightning, right? Switch, yeah. I think that's what I'm doing, right? Yeah, what's up, Victor? I did a whole breakdown on the new cards that were revealed this weekend, but they seem cool. But the beginning of the stream, yeah, we really talked about those in depth. Yeah, this seems good here. You save the, and then we're getting Iono'd, which is fine. We still like find some very solid cards off of that Iono. They've got Squovitz in their Arcbeeb deck. That's pretty cool. We've got Zapdos. Zapdos doesn't matter. In this matchup, you want the other guy. We've got Ultra Ball, Switch, and Generator. I mean, that's pretty much everything that we want, except we don't want to discard any of these. We could discard the Lightning and the Zapdos. So that's what we're going to do. And we just go get Mew, I think. But then, yeah, that's fine. I mean, you're going to need the Mew eventually, right? It's good that we hit that. I was starting to feel a little bit nervous as I was getting into this turn that maybe I had done goofed up, but it's not great. It's fine. We're fine. We're fine. Why not tandem unit? You can't tandem unit for Mew. Tandem unit only gets lightning Pokemon. We'll take our 2 prizes. Cabalion and a boss. Boy. I don't know. So, like, I decided to Ultra Ball for Mew out of that hand. I could have Ultra Balled for like Luminion, but then I didn't have, I don't know, I didn't have like the pivot. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you need to have Mew out. But you also just need to have like a handful of gas right here. And I've just got a handful of Pokemon and nothing. There are 15 Pokemon in this list. Starting to feel like a lot. Thank you, J Strike. What are my thoughts on Vitality Band? I was thinking about that, Soda King. Yes. Certainly could have been the play. But now, I mean, my hand is just terrible. Okay, that's slightly less bad. And this Charizard could just go knockout, knockout, knockout. I mean, it's just kind of over. When it's over. Unfortunately. Oh, yeah. If you're interested in getting the Miraidon deck, definitely check out the Miraidon battle deck for sure. Yo, Generator. Whee! Yeah, this matchup's not great. I mean, it's really bad for sure. It is not good. Yeah, I would have needed to like get out both Flaffy and just been like gas, gas, gas there. And I could have gone Luminion, but filling my board with Luminion just felt so bad. I mean, obviously it's a little greedy to go for the Mew and hope that I drew into a good supporter, but right, because they just go down to 2 prizes right here, and it's actually just checkmate. This matchup is terrible. I mean, like, absolutely terrible. And that's one of the reasons I put Miraidon down. Especially the Bieberl version, right? The Bieberl version seems even worse. Like, because you can't even knock out Pidgeot. Just terrible. It's all good. We know that matchup's bad. All right, hang tight. I'll be right back after this quick break. Thank you all so much for being here. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com while I'm away. The best place to buy Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product. I'll be right back. All right. We're back. Thank you for the patience. Let's get into it. Miraidon. Kind of feeling Miraidon. As far as decks go for our current standard, I mean, Don does lose quite a bit with no Flaffy, and my opponents seem to be losing their claws. Yes, unfortunate. Raging Bolt's got positive matchups into both the first and second place deck. So true, Jesse. Maybe it's Raging Bolt time. This seems ugly. Another control deck? This is what we got? Man. Well, I don't want to squawk. I guess I can just get out a Miraidon and a Mew. That seems fine. This is good practice for the matchups. True. Thank you, IV, for the sub. Do I think the future of Miraidon EX is Regieleki V? No, I think the future of Miraidon is no Miraidon, just hands, future Iron Crown and hands with Electric Generator. I think that's probably the future. Okay, so we're going to get out the Zapdos. And I'm going to... I really don't want to get rid of both of those Boss's Orders, so I'm not gonna. Boss Order is a good card in the control matchup, so we want to just go get Mew. Mew. Energy, and we'll restart. Okay. Thank you, Moshi Damon, for that Prime sub. Did Future Box just turn into Generator Hands? Well, it seems as if that's the most successful variant coming out of... Hold on, my space heater. My space heater turned itself off. How dare it? Yes, the most successful variant of Future Box, it looks like, was the... I did not see the match on stream with the Future Box, no. What was the Future Box matchup on stream? They got Mimikyu, they got Rotom. Cool. They got Pidgeot in the active? Oh, boy. Gotta just go. And I should probably get Raikou. Just in case. And then we just gotta let these rip. This is not the strongest. I suppose I could retreat this Iron Hands with double Turbo Energy and Beach Court if I hit double Generator, which is a thing. We did not. we did not do that. No. So it's looking like it's going to be an energy to Iron Hands and pass situation. Yeah. Benching the Mareep feels bad. We should probably just not do that. Okay. End turn. Iono. Did find a switch generator here. That's good. They don't move the Pidgey? I mean, okay. How is the Pidgey still there? How, bro? Oh. Yeah, I guess I'm just using the switch for sure. I got Iono'd. I didn't have a lot of energy in the previous hand. I'm gonna not reorder my deck. 1. Okay. I guess I'm just maxing my deck out or maxing my bench out. Am I really gonna do this? Again, there's 8 energy. No, I don't think I'm maxing. But then they will just... If I don't put someone there, they will put someone there. So I feel like I'd rather be the one to do it. I'm thinking I'm just going to bench the Dawn, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Pidgeot V. I don't know how that Pidgeot V stayed in the active for 3 turns, but okay. Yeah, the thing is that right, they would jam or they would horn and or Erica's, right, and put somebody that I don't want. So it's like I might as well choose myself and have it be Miraidon or something so that I could always power it up. Arvin. Generator. Stone. Generator. Oh, baby. I only have to take 3 prizes. Just power up the Zapdos. I think feels good. I've got rope, but I guess I should have powered up Miraidon so that I could rope Photon Blaster, one of those Snorlaxes, huh? It's tough. Weight and Stone for boss, yeah. I think that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I could have... But wasting the rope there just feels so bad. Right? Because it's like I have an attacker active, so I don't want to use the rope now. Like, regardless. Like, that, and you kind of have to have the Zapdos powered up to deal with the Mimikyu. Like, I'd rather... They're going to counter catch her, then I'll use rope, right? You can't Generator onto Mew. Okay. I think I have one boss left. Huh. That is interesting. Why would they not counter Catcher? But I guess because they're waiting for me to switch attackers, then they'll counter Catcher. So they're kind of just getting it to their hand now, preemptively. I think I'm just kind of chilling. That or I can Raikou for like a research, honestly. But I don't want to get rid of all these cards. It's fine. I'll wait for a turn. Snorlax has got a charm on it now. I was thinking about Iono. Ah, God, it all feels bad. They hit a nest ball. Wait, is there a Peony in this list? I don't think I built the list right, bro. There is a Peony in this list, isn't there? I don't think I have a Peony in here right now. I'll have to fix it. The list is slightly off. There's a Peony in here? All right, I'll have to go investigate. I know there should be, but I don't have it in here right now. I kind of have to rope eventually, and that's fine. I mean, I could Electric Ball into Amp for 2. Town Store. They've used their V-Star. I've used mine. There's nothing really for me to get there. Just Electric Ball. Is the list not supposed to? Oh, okay. The Town Store is not supposed to be there. Yeah, I don't have the Town Store in here because I think the card's supposed to be in here. Like, I just thought... I edited an old list. I didn't import it directly. So some things just got... fell through the cracks, if you will. Counter Catcher. And switch cards. Hilariously, that just like wins me the game. Why'd you bring up the hands of all the guys to bring up? Why did you bring up the hands? Like, you should not have done that. Not even a little bit. Okay, now I just got one more prize to figure out. Yeah. Do you have Avery Echoing Horn Counter Catcher? I also don't think my list has a vacuum in it right now. Let's see, what do I have in here? Am I going to fix the list? Sure, we'll fix the list. Sure. Why not? Yeah, I don't think there's a vacuum in here right now either. Don't I retreat and win? Nope, because I'm doing 110 damage. So I have one switch remaining. Some energies. I don't want to put anything into play. I think I just kind of want to. I don't know. And then can restart. That's fine. There is no more boss. No. I don't think I can retreat this thing, though. Matchup certainly would get a little bit better with the vacuum in here, huh? This thing, yeah, this thing is like problematic for us to deal with no vacuum. So the vacuum's certainly going to help. And this is our nightmare for sure. What happened with the podcast last week? It was on Valentine's Day. There's the switch. So I think we just scoop. Well, it was on Valentine's Day. We decided that we were going to spend time with our significant others instead. And we rescheduled the podcasts for Mondays now. So that's the new schedule. Monday pods. I am going to pressure with Zapdos. That's exactly what I'm doing, yes. We're going to record on Monday nights, so probably release Tuesday mornings for the podcast. Probably should have retreated and smacked last turn. Yeah. Probably, yeah. Penny, huh? Not great. Okay, I've got no switch cards. So if they go counter catcher or boss, they just win. Because I cannot. How was I supposed to win? I can't retreat Zapdos. What are you talking about? If I could have retreated into Miraidon, I win. But I can't. No, there's no rope. No. I've got no switches and no bosses left. I don't have squat. And now well, man. Penny, this is disastrous. Not attacking with Mew. Mew does not have enough energy on it to attack. And now it is game over. All right. Yes. Game over. Sad. Dang, I wish you'd put some clothes on, bro. It's messed up. The tan lines and everything. Reboot pod hype. Oh my gosh, look at this gold deck, dude.
悩みどころですよね。出てったら倒されちゃうかも。
ポケストップで雷エネルギーが3枚落ちました。
めちゃくちゃ嬉しいんじゃないですか。
リブートポットが。これはね、つながっていくと。
Reboot pod? Oh my gosh.
していますが、エミが絡んでいます。今のポケストップはすごいな。こういう使い方もあるんですね。
You can't retreat Luminion when Snorlax is active. That's the whole point of Snorlax.
対戦相手のサフもかなりダメージ出ますからね。
That's the whole point of Snorlax. Snorlax has an ability that makes it so you can't retreat. Yeah, that was crazy. We're getting lots of Snorlax practicing. I do think that we probably win that one, though, if I just have Vacuum in the deck. So I need to fix the list to have Vacuum in it. That card got missed during my first once through. So let's take a look at the list real quick and fix it. Experience share is fine. Okay, so what did I have messed up? I'm not supposed to have a town store in here. That's supposed to be a vacuum. And there's supposed to be a peony in here? Sheesh. The peony, and then there's supposed to be a vacuum. A vacuum's just a good card to have. And then... what do I have? There's probably not 4 research, huh? There is. 4 research, 3 boss, 1 peony, 1 Raihan. One Arvin, 14 lightning and a double turbo, 1 force seal stone, 4 ultra ball, 2 nest ball, yup, 1 charm, 2 Raichu, 2 Dawn, 2 hands, 2 Flaffy. I feel like everything's squared up. What am I missing? We don't do the podcast live anymore. Not right now. 2 switch and a rope. I'm at 61 cards. What's the difference here? 2 switch, 1 rope. Yep. 2 nest balls. Stone. 4 ultra balls. 2 beach court. Yeah, there's supposed to be 4 ultra ball. There's 1 extra Pokemon. There's Squawkabilly, all right. It's supposed to be 14 lightning and a double turbo. How is this so hard? No, this list I'm looking at, Jesse, this list I'm looking at. Let's see, 15. 16, 19, All right, it should be 15 Pokemon. Then what is it? Cut the Zapdos? How are we supposed to win? It's the Zapdos. Oh, the Zapdos? No Zappy? Zappy, my boy. You just don't win versus control. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Just control and Mew, pack it up. Oh. Okay. No, Moon's fine because you've got the Cabalion. You guys know what? I've been playing a video game again lately. I've been back on my Tears of the Kingdom grind. And man, I'm loving it. God, I'm having such a good time. Okay. All right. We're up against Moon? Sure. We want our single prizers out? Absolutely. Not gonna squawk. We're just chilling. Thank you, Richie Rich, for the 100 bits. Let's see. In Tears of the Kingdom, since I picked the game back up, I defeated the 4th Sage Temple. I went to the castle and defeated like the first wave of Ganondorf, and then I found the 5th Sage Minoru, and I did that temple or whatever. It's in the depths, yeah. And now I'm at the Great Deku Tree. That's where I'm at, that part. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom is insane. I'm absolutely loving it, for sure. Amazing game. Incredible. Do I have to squawk to get into a single prizer? This feels bad. I think we're just bracing for impact and saying that they don't have it. Also, if I squawk, there's no guarantee that I find a switch. I don't know. I guess maybe you just have to go for it. Oh, is there a reason that I'm all the way up here? Well, it's because the deck builder, yeah, listen, it's just not great. All right. I just forgot. I had to switch it for the deck builder, and then yeah. Chat's back. The deck builder on this client is in the worst possible position. Yes, I know, right? But it's fine. It's fine. Lower expectations. Everything's good. Yo, if they gouge me, can I knock it out with Cabalion? That's kind of sick. If I go like double turbo. Oh, yeah. No, they did not miss. Mareep also cleans. Yeah. Definitely. All right, so weirdly, I think I'm promoting the... Oh, they got the jelly, though. Oh, yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that's just not good. It's not great. $150 hit points left? All right. So I got to hands it for 3. We got this easy. You think I lose? You're a hater. If we hands for 3, though, I don't even know that like necessarily matters. We force them to gouge again. I don't think it really matters. Well, this was not a good hand to draw into off the research. Huh. All right, we lose there. Huh. All right, maybe I should just go for the dig to try and get that single prize right into the active turn 1. Maybe that makes a difference, but I just don't think Miraidon feels great into anything right now. It doesn't feel like it's, if I'm lining up with Miraidon into like any top tier meta deck, I'm not like, oh yeah, this rocks. I think I'd just rather be the Moon deck. You're not going to see any Guardy or Lost Box. Yeah, that's true. All right. If I lose this matchup to Charizard, we're packing it up, dude. Did I play Moon? No, I abandoned the crew and did not play Moon. I should have, though. Yeah, Miraidon just feels like it's got like so many terrible matchups. I'd rather play like Mew. Okay. This just feels like it's a turn 1 hands situation. Feeling like a hands scenario. So we want these lovely guys. This guy. Ultra Ball these. Get the Mew. Thank you, Gravebeard2 for the Prime sub in the 26 months. And we will perfect Peony for generator Beach Court. I think. Sure. Broken deck. And this is how we do it. Okay. Alrighty. This is how we do it. And then we amp. This deck farms. Okay. I'll take my 2. And then we're going to get destroyed. Because look at my board in my hand. It's like we got this far, but it's not far enough. Now what? Man. One future booster energy capsule for Iron Hands? I don't think so. I'm getting blasted by this Charizard right here. I'm down 2 generators. You don't think it's correct to go for hands? So what, you just take a single prize and let them go 2, 4, 6? Set up a solid board first. Don't they just go 2, 4, 6 though? I feel like leaving the Mew, they can't go 2 if you don't attack. I suppose that's true. So we just supposed to pass then? Oh, this is horrible. Now I've got 4 energy in my hand. All right, this is it right here. Okay. So I think it can't be correct to go turn 1 hands, right? It can't be. I got like turn 1 hands twice, and that never works. Because then your board state is just trash when your opponent responds to the hands. But it still feels very bad to like sit and wait too. What do you mean they didn't have much going on? They got the turn 2 Charizard, turn 2 Pidgeot. All right, I could try it different if I play against Zard again. That's fine. It is still bad, but I think, all right, I'm not going to try turn 1 hands anymore, though. Turn 1 hands is just such a rush. But it's never correct to go turn 1 hands. I think I found that out the hard way. What's the point of playing this deck if you can't go turn 1 hands? I mean, exactly. I think, what's the point of playing this deck, period? Did I just see a penny in a Baxcalibur deck? I'm saying, I think Miraidon is not it. All right, I mean, I've got a great looking hand now. Yeah, I was a little bit worried that maybe I was going to draw into an energy there, but what can you do, you know? Weirdly, this is like the matchup where you do go to Miraidon. Yeah. Because it's like actually an attacker you're going to use. Okay. Turn 1 hands is only good versus Lost Zone Box and Guardy. Why is the list playing 2 hands? All right, I needed this. It's a good one for morale. Dang, you're gonna make me actually go use the Arvin. Fine. So you can beat Lost Zone Box and Guardy? Yeah. I just feel like you have to have more than your Lost Zone and your Guardy matchup in order to get deep into day 2. You can't like build a regional on just those 2 matchups, I don't think. You're going to see a lot of Moons. You're going to see a lot of Zards. Huh. So I've got Vancouver. I mean, Vancouver is my last event in this format, as it will be for many people. Oh, what's up, Brandon? All right, well, let's adjust our game plan. Up against Moon. All right. How about this game plan where we just lose? Yeah, it's a solid game plan. Man, the Force Seal Stone and the VIP pass, just pack it up. Yeah, we gotta. It's not it for the Dawn, dude. It's not it. The Dawn's just. It can't be it. Last daily, now I can turn this game off. All right, but what if it was Mew VMAX? All right, let me tell you about this deck, Mew VMAX. Mew. Man, that's a broken deck. So So what happened at Dortmund? I don't even know that I like kind of... What happened at the Dortmund Regional Championships? How are we beating Moon? You don't beat Moon, but you beat everything else except for also Guardy. Yeah, but other than that. Chen Pao and Gholdengo, huh? Three Guardies. I got a Mew. Lawson Dialga. This is so sick. Now this is a deck right here. TM Devotion Leafy Camo Punch. Man, that's crazy. All three Guardies lost in their top eights. All right. What if I'm just like bored to be a Gholdengo player? Yeah, what if that's my future narrative? Just become a real... Right now I'm feeling very lost at sea. Nothing feels good. Everything feels bad. How is it a fluke that Gholdengo made finals? Play the moon? Yeah, it's probably just that. But let me entertain briefly. The Gholdengo player said that the deck is not good. Yeah, wasn't there a Rayquaza VMAX deck on stream or something? What's up with that? Arc Ray, huh? Oh, was it at Knoxville? It was in Knoxville. That's right. Oh, man. All right, my opponent's got, like, I think some Iron Valiant deck. But I've got all 70 hit point gimme goals, so my opponent's just going to be mad about that. We got Palkia. Oh yeah, this all seems fine. I think I just don't want to put down the 50 hit point one. Could be Rapid Strike, it's true. We'll put down all this though. I mean, and then at a certain point we don't want to like overextend these cards just to play them, so we're gonna pass because then I can Ultra Ball and stuff to draw more cards. Oh yeah, just Yoga Loop pass. Yeah, what if Gholdengo is just the truth? All right, why didn't Gholdengo have results at the Champions League though? Why not? Where's Gholdengo? I was told Gholdengo is a top deck next format. What happened? Toy catcher? Holy smokes, dude. Yeah, I'm getting destroyed here for sure. Better off playing Chen Pao. I actually... Wait, Chen Pao didn't do well either, right? Bro, not a single Chen Pao in top 16 of the Champions League? Dude, those two decks fell off. Those two decks were like, were hyped. Ancient Box did better. They're both top 16, okay? I'm not worried about that. They both got top 16. Zard didn't get results in America, and look at it now. I know. Brazil solved Charizard. Yes. Okay. I don't know what the two decks that are missing on Limitless are. I do not know. Yo, the Avery? Sheesh. Someone said they were both Arctina. Someone said... Okay. Whoa, I've got so much power. Got Iridan now. Shh. Oh yeah, I'm loving Gholdengo. This deck rules. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm all in. Yeah, this is the best. Gholdengo feels like a deck from 20 years ago. I don't agree with that. Have you ever played decks from 20 years ago? Have you played 2004 decks? I don't feel like that. I think Gholdengo's just choosing to go first. Yeah, in 2004, decks were playing like Dunsparce to go get 3 Pokemon onto their bench, and then using like Delcatty to draw. All right, Radiant Greninja. Let's go. Concealed cards. Oh yeah, this deck is broken. This deck is broken. Oh yeah, baby. Delcatty was literally Radiant Greninja. It's true. All right, that's a scoop go to game 2 situation. Look at all these Nemonas in my hands. So should we choose to go first or second with Gholdengo? I feel like I'm having like, I don't know. I don't know which decks go first or which decks go second anymore. It used to just be that everybody choose to go first, but then when Charizard started choosing to go second, now I just don't know anymore. Go first to draw better? Oh, so choose to go first, but then also make sure you open a Battle VIP pass. Oh, okay. Oh, I should have opened Battle VIP pass. Oh. Oh, okay. Choose to go first only if you have a Battle VIP pass in your hand. Only if you know that you're going to draw into a Battle VIP pass. Otherwise, choose to go second. Oh, it all makes sense now. That was a little bit of a tough, okay. Whoa, here's the nest ball. Oh, thank goodness I can play this card. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Huh. Huh. You think I get to live through the turn if I cross switcher here? Probably not. Let's just pass. Next turn, we get the cross switcher Cologne pop off. They're about to annihilate this Greninja. Retreat into Manaphy? That makes it even... Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. Having Manaphy is really good in this matchup, though. Because I don't even have my little... I don't even have my little ghoulies down yet. Oh, this is terrible. All right, Scoop go next, bro. Scoop go next. Come on, man. You think I'm chilling? I'm not so sure that I'm chilling, man. However, if they somehow whiff the knockout, if they whiff superior, then I suppose I'm chilling. Yes. This feels horrendous. Pokestop, 3 Irida. Hey, your deck's worse than mine. Please just don't have 2 other water energy in your deck, in your hand. That's right, you passed. Yeah, all right. You're done. Yeah, you're getting absolutely... I could go Gust too. Man, there's a whole bunch of stuff I could do. Okay, all right. Time to think. Okay, all right. Okay. Uh-huh. 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 I guess it's nice to just knock out the active. And then I could always gust up. It's just fine to knock out the active. We just want to get more energy flowing. Yeah, we definitely wanted to Irida for that. Like, we were 100% doing that. I can Earthen Vessel that. And concealed cards. Cool. That's fine. I mean, I think I just cross-switch or knock out both Frigibacks, so we're going to do... Yeah, we're doing this now. Yeah, bring this guy up. And Star Portal. It's cool. Do this. And it's Moonlight Shuriken. Cool. You're so right, Jesse. We are chilling. Yes. Yeah, see? We're fine. I did toss away the Hisuian Heavy Ball, but to be fair, I didn't like getting rid of anything else. So I could stomach the Hisuian Heavy Ball, but like getting rid of my Irida felt bad. I mean, everything else felt terrible. Let's cut the Gholdengo. Yeah, just Palkia only. Nobody's gonna play Unfair Stamp. All right. Some people will play Unfair Stamp. Unfair Stamp. What if your opponent just draws out of it? Then Unfair Stamp's terrible. Yeah, what if your opponent just draws 2 good cards? By that logic, late game Iono and Judge are bad? Well, you don't have to use your A-Spec to Iono. A-Specs should be effects that are kind of like, you know, effects you can't replicate otherwise. Oh, yeah, dude. I think they're just loot. I'm going to double cross switcher up this thing, and then it's over for you, dude. Like, my guy. Man. I think I would like to... I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't need to overthink it because I could just go 2, 4, 6. So I don't even have to knock out the Excalibur. So actually, that's incorrect to do that. So instead, we should just draw some more cards. Dang, where's my Ultra Balls at? Kind of a bummer. It's fine. They're not going to Iona me. I could have Irrited for Ultra Ball. That just felt so weak. Wanted to just go draw into a Gholdengo or an Ultra Ball. It's fine. Surely they won't like Iono me to, you know, 2. Yeah, I think the Unfair Stamp, it's a cool card, but I don't think it's a card that lots of decks will play. I think it's a card that only select decks will play. Right. Well, they should probably Iono me into some Gholdengo, right? Because I haven't seen them. Well, I've seen one. I discarded it, but. They Ionoed already? Oh, yeah, it's not happening then. Well, see, in order to play Gholdengo, you just have to be, like, winning the lottery. That's kind of fun. Who doesn't like winning the lottery? Winning the lottery is sick. I'm feeling like going second just feels better. I guess Chen Pao chooses to go first, and I guess that this deck is similar to Chen Pao in that regard. Gosh, I cannot wait for Battle VIP Pass to be gone. Where are my dudes at? I got any Ultra Ball in here? Oh yeah, well, let's go get one of those. Turn 2 Greninja, go first. Just get lucky. Yeah, that's fair. You just gotta get lucky. Yeah, just open your Battle VIP passes. Don't be bad. Open Battle VIP pass. You're so right. I can't wait for that card to be gone. Holy smokes. I think I cut the tomb, but all the Mew VMAX decks. It's also good against control. It's good against like lots of things. It's good against Moon. Yeah, Spiritomb is just a good. Spiritomb is such a good card right now. Yeah, Spiritomb's insane. Manaphy. Now, if we're talking about cutting Manaphy, what do we? Isn't the whole idea of our deck that we're supposed to like set up little 70 hit point dudes? What's the argument for cutting Manaphy? Chen Pao just won. I don't think cutting Manaphy is a good idea. I kind of agree with that. See? Okay, we got Chen Pao. Chen Pao heads will be out in full force. They love Chen Pao in Canada. Is that true? Any Canadians in the chat? Can you verify? Do they love Chen Pao in, in Canada? It's true. I am going to Vancouver, yeah. Wait, what are we calling all Canadians in the chat? Don't really like Earthen Vessel, any of those cards, so. Gotta go Nest Ball for probably Radiant Greninja. We want Manaphy. Manaphy's prized. Why is Manaphy prized? That's fine. Get this guy. Earthen Vessel, I think I'm just saying it's gonna be this canceling clown. It's fine. The Chen Pao players all cut their Manaphy's anyway, and I'm going second, so we don't need it. Okay. Do that. Do you guys want a continuous coin toss for one hit KO on the Chen Pao? Is that something that you would like to do? Oh man. I guess you kind of have to go Palkia. You don't bench another gimme. And then Pokestop. Okay. I don't think that we Ultra Ball for a second gimme goal here, because then they can Radiant Greninja us, right? So next turn we just try to attack with Palkia. And yeah, I think so. All right, here we go. One hit KO. Even if it's not a one hit KO, all right, that's the worst outcome. We'll draw another energy off Worker. Trust. Even 20 or 40 would have made a big difference, though, because I think to help Palkia get to where it needs to get to. Because they're probably not benching out, right? So if they're not benching out, then in order to knock this out, I have to bench out, which is not going to be easy. I do think it's probably correct to not bench that other Gimme Ghoul. Right, because then they just come up with their single prizer and take 2 prizes, and that's just how we lose, straight up, right? Whereas if I force them to take a single prize this turn with a Chen Pao, then I come up with Palkia and take a 2 prizer while benching multiple Gimme Ghoul. Maybe that can, like... We could knock out the backs. That's true. That's true, because if they don't, then we'll just knock out the backs. That's true. The Collect Friggy. He's so cute. Isn't he just adorable? What are you doing? Stop it. Oh, no, not him. Oh, and then you're going to Radiant Greninja my Gimme Ghoul? No, you're going to knock out my guy. Okay, all right, fine. This is bad. Turn 2, double cross switch your knockouts. Man. And at least I give it the return knockout, right? But I have to say that you're not going to... Huh. Yeah, this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. I'm trying to figure out what our best comeback route is. Yeah. Nice, Jesse. It's not great. And obviously at this point I can knock out, but you got the turn 2 double cross with your knockout. I could maybe bring up Bibarel. We just say maybe you just missed 261s. Suppose. Yeah, I think we're just saying you gotta miss. And I still can't bench 2 gimmies, or else they'll like destroy me. So and I guess if I wanted to play one of these Ultra Balls, I could do it now, but I don't think that there's anything in my deck that I even want to Ultra Ball for. No, there's not. Come on. Ah, we've done it. Good. Just gotta say you ain't got it like that. Maybe they don't. Perhaps they do not. Maybe they don't. I should have saved the vessel, but that's fine. I don't want to give them the Pokestop, I don't think. That's why I didn't put it down. Oh, Soda, you got a funny PTCGO moment video. That is.
Made space for week.
Oh, heck, I'm in that video. That's crazy. Sick. Funny and lucky TCGO moments. Dang, I look so youthful in that clip. Oh my God. My youth is gone. The pandemic took it all away. Man, it is. I look so youthful. I pulled that video up. Dang, I look so skinny. Phew. It's all good. You know, we all grow up one day. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate that. It's okay, though. I suspect that my Gholdengo is destroyed here. I'm thinking that I do not stand much of a chance. I don't have Iono or anything like that. There's not even an Iono. There's one Roxanne in this list. But that doesn't matter because there's a Bibarel. Man. There's a Super Rod, but I don't have it. Fascinating. That's a lot of energy. Yeah. They're kicking my butt. Seems like the odds of them not having something every turn are like non-existent at this point. You're just asking a 10-power deck to do 300 of the active. That's exactly what it does. 'Cause maybe there's a chance that they have like... No. No, their hand is just pure gas. There's nothing I can do about it. Yes, it does feel very hopeless to be in this current state. I suppose there's like a little bit that they need. I can't even remove the Pokestop. It's pretty bad. Okay. Maybe they don't have it. You know? I already used coin bonus. That's fine though. They went turn 2 double cross, which are knockouts. There's not really a lot we can do about that. Just got to bench Chen Pao, basically play Superior, and it's lights out. They got Super Rod. They do have 8 energy in the discard. I mean, that's almost all the energy. But they can put 2 water and a Chen Pao back in. And then if they Irida, that's pretty much game. So they can get Chen Pao and Superior, retreat into it. Yeah, I'm chilling. No, I mean, that was just... The thing is like we're both doing the same thing. We're both like taking big knockouts on turn 2. And if they get the first big knockout, then they just win. So, that's fine. I guess Gholdengo did lose to Chen Pao in the finals of Dortmund, right? So, that tracks. I like Chen Pao better post-rotation than I do current rotation. But it's funny because Chen Pao didn't get any results in Japan over the weekend. And it was kind of like one of the hype decks going in. See, this is how you do it. Open that battle VIP pass. This is how we do it right here. No sweat. All right, we'll see if we beat the Charizard matchup. That would really, that would do a lot for us. Are we going Palkia? I guess you're always going Palkia, aren't you? Aren't you? You're just like, yeah, I'm gonna try and go for the turn 2 Palkia Radiant Greninja stuff. That's just what you're always trying to do, huh? And plus, I already got a cross switcher in hand. This deck's broken. What the? I go Tomb as well. Yeah, that's kind of correct. Oh, yeah, dude. Holy moly, this deck is so sick! This deck's crazy. Dang it. It's terrible. How dare you? You're supposed to Arvin. Haven't you read the script? You can't use it. You cannot. That's an awful nice Rotom you got over there. Never push your opponent. Stop. Ah, okay. There you go. Rod. Okay. Well, there goes the rod. All right, all the good stuff just got put on the bottom of my deck, so we got the Pokestop Worker Pokestop play coming up. Man, this is crazy. This deck cooks. This deck cooks, dude. Holy smokes. This deck's crazy. What in the world, man? Dude. All right. I need double cross switcher though. Dang it, I'm not gonna find double cross switcher. This is so not fair. Dang, so close. Oh, I guess I could have Ultra Balled for another, yeah, Gholdengo. It's cool, we find it right here. This is it. Right here, baby. Coin bonus. Dang it. That's fine. Make it rain, buddy. I thought for sure after seeing all of those cards that we would hit the double cross switcher, but it's all good. We had worker, we had stop, worker, stop. All right, but I've only taken one prize, so like Charizard's not really doing anything. This matchup is so free. What? I don't even think we can lose. Yeah, this matchup's nuts. Like, what do they do? What do they do this turn? Like, best case scenario. Yes, Max Belt would not be cool. They would have to get the Radiant Charizard into the active with like 4 energy on it. It's like not possible. Defiance Band, that's not going to cut it. They do have their V-Star. All right, so they're going to get their rare candy Charizard. I said there's no way they're doing this, right? No, they can't. They're just getting the Radiant Zard out for later. And that's fine, because I'm on odd prizes, so I'll have to knock that out anyway. It's going to be a Charizard, Rotom, and the Zard for game. And since they're allowing me to go up 3 prizes before... Yeah, since they're allowing me to go up 3 prizes before they take a prize, I think it's just basically checkmate. Got Rod, that's good. Coin bonus. I can get my last Gholdengo out, which is neat. Concealed cards. Irida is good. Okay. Coin bonus. We got Cross Switcher 2. I don't mind. I guess if we just take out the Charizard now, it's like we got the big hand. We might as well just do it. And then we take out the Radiant Charizard. Yeah, like that's kind of just fine. So just like set up our board, get everything. Switcher the Zard and KO with Ninja. It just is not really worth it. I think like I don't really need to overthink this. Right? I think I just want to take out the only Zard. They have no Charmander down. Right? Like, they have no Charmander. Oh, I already have Ultra Ball in hand. That's cool. They can respond with Radiant Zard and buy them a turn. If I go to 4, I mean, they could Iona me to 4, and then if I don't have the... No, I think we're just chilling. Everything's cool. I've already got everything that I need. Just take this knockout on the active. I've got this huge hand. It's the only Zard in play. And then I just go knockout Zard, knockout Rotom for game. We got 6 here. I need 7 for the KO. I think it's just, yeah, like saving my options just for later in the game just seems good. I mean, I could just do the difference is I can just do the Greninja play next turn, right? Like, why don't I just do this next turn? Because, like, I forced them to come up with this, right? And then I can do this without wasting my cross switchers, right? So, like, I think that it's just always kind of correct to, because I have the response on board with Palkia and Greninja to take this guy out, right? So I think it's probably not worth it to waste my cross switchers. Because if I do cross switcher the Radiant Greninja, then what? Then they Iono me to 4 instead of 3. And then they come up with Charizard again. And then it is possible that maybe I whiff the knockout on the Charizard. Whereas like here, it's like my next 2 turns are guaranteed. And it gives me time. Yeah, I don't really see the point of going for the big cross switcher play last turn. It just doesn't really. Why would you switch and then attach Jet? Oh, you want to draw more. Okay. Okay, they rod. That is rod number 2. So they could be low on energy. I think I thinned out my canceling clone stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Got the guaranteed knockout with Radiant Greninja, so we can just promote that. And say, okay. It might be. Could be better to just take that. Well, I guess because then we force them to counter catcher knockout. I guess I can keep 1 energy here. Okay, we've got 3 cross switcher in the deck. Let's go worker. Coin bonus. Coin bonus. Concealed cards. Yeah, our deck is very thin now. Get this last gimme down. That's nice. And I'm going to put 3 energy onto Radiant Greninja. That's fine. Let's just do that. I was thinking, like, is it worth it to attach an energy to Palkia? Part of me thinks that it's actually safer to go attack with the Palkia here. And I think that it just is. Like, it's almost too cute to attack with the Radiant Greninja. Yeah. I think I agree with that. I think that that's the case. All right. And my reasoning is this, because like they'll probably have the counter catcher to bring up whoever they want, right? They'll probably have the counter catcher to bring up whoever they want and take the knockout. But what this does is it makes it so that I can just double cross switcher for game on Rotom, right? Because I've got the attacker built up. Of course they want Hikeo Palkia. Yes. But if they go Iono knockout, I guess, yeah. But then I've got my Gholdengos. So it's like, I don't know. Okay, so here's the thing. This is why I did this, because previously, if they go Iono counter catcher, they would have counter catcher to Gholdengo, and then I would have only had 1 Gholdengo off the Iono. You see what I'm saying? Whereas if I didn't attack with Palkia, then... So now I only need double cross switcher. If they go Gust and take out my draw, then I only need cross switcher because Palkia is powered up and could take out Rotom, right? Because you got to assume that at this point that they're going to have counter catcher. Like they're just going to have it, right? More than likely. And see if they go boss, then I've got Palkia, I double cross switcher for game. All right, they actually just don't have anything, so it's fine. But I think my biggest fear there was that they would go... My biggest fear there that they were going to go Iono, counter catcher, because like I attack with Radiant Greninja, right? Then they go Iono, counter catcher up, Gholdengo, knockout. Then I don't have Palkia built up, so my win condition's really hard to find. Because my only win condition is to knock out the active with only one Gholdengo in play. Whereas if I do have Palkia built up, and then I have multiple win conditions at the end of the game. Off of an Iono. And if they Iono knock out my Palkia, then I've got multiple Gholdengo to help draw. So that was my thought. Yeah, so I was thinking about doing one manual attachment to the Palkia, but then that's almost like that's like kind of a weak... That could be an even more problematic one. I don't know. What if I get that energy stranded there? Do I play ranked ever? That's what I'm doing right now. All I play on stream is ranked. Oh, God. They're going to donk my Spiritomb. What's the point? Oh, no, it's a Lost Zone deck. Okay. I'll allow it. What do I think of Espathra? Espathra, unfortunately, is not great. It's not amazing. It do be funny, though. That's true. What should I do tomorrow? There's maintenance tomorrow. On the best game ever. The Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Tell stories about the old days. Tell us stories about the old days, Grandpa. We'll figure something out. Yo, what's up, Kyle Throws? You heard me mention my disdain for the platform. What's wrong with it? Oh, boy. Oh. Oh, boy. It's just, it's... There's lots. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot. The avatars are one of the things, but that's not. The avatars are more indicative of everything that's wrong. It just feels like a cheap knockoff of a Pokemon product and not actually a Pokemon product. It doesn't feel like the game board is filled with hexagons and is like really kind of disjointed and very primitive looking. The game isn't rewarding to play. As you work your way through games, nothing feels rewarding. The fidelity of the cards is very low. The shuffling animations are jarring and kind of just, they feel cheap. The game is uninspired and like look at this board right now, right? Like it feels like I'm kind of on the bathroom floor of a space station and not really like this doesn't the experience doesn't feel like a Pokemon experience. It feels like you asked an AI generator to generate what an AI computer might think that a digital game is supposed to look like, right? Like it doesn't feel artistically or creatively inspired in any sort of way. It feels AI generated, frankly. It's like the whole experience is like uncanny and off. It doesn't feel like Pokemon. You know, you look at Pokemon cards, like look at the amazing artwork on this Pokemon card, and then look at the cheap hollow foil pattern just plastered over top of it, right? It's like the fidelity is really bad. It doesn't look great. You know, you got these like green, weird, like, and you asked like that there used to be a client that was better. Like, well, we had an old outdated client, but at least it had some charm and like the cards looked nice. Here, like you can really tell the fidelity breakdown when you're doing a deck scroll. Like the deck, you can't really even barely make out what's on the cards. Yeah, it's just not great. Okay. Okay. Another thing, I mean, so like I've actually, you know, I've been thinking about putting together a video that's like an update on the state of the Pokemon trading card game live. So like visually the client is uninspired and very lacking. It's not engaging from a visual standpoint. The gameplay feels clunky and disjointed and like the animations are not very smooth. So like the game is not rewarding to play from like a game like Zelda, for instance, is rewarding to play just because the act of playing the game feels good, but nothing about this client is very ergonomic or like well designed, so it doesn't feel good to pilot. Like in Magic Arena, you can kind of like fling the cards around in your hand and things like look nice when you play them. In this game, the visuals are really lacking and everything. Like, so nothing feels good to actually play. The textures on the cards themselves like look and feel cheap. They don't. Like, they kind of look grainy and off-putting. And it just kind of feels like a very beta experience, really. It doesn't feel like a very kind of finished product, right? Oh boy. I think I just missed, yeah, I just missed the knockout here. So there's like, just game over. Unfortunately. And the thing is that I think that, yeah, so I've talked about, like, from a visual standpoint, everything that you experience visually on this game, you know, is uninspired and flat. It doesn't feel like a Pokemon experience. It kind of feels like a cheap knockoff, or like an AI interpretation, or like a college project is like more what it feels like. And that's like, if it was at least like, so say, and I love Pokemon. I love Pokemon, right? Like, and I love Pokemon cards so much. So for something to just feel uninspired like this, for like one of my favorite things in the world, I mean, like, the artwork on the cards is really great. You know, the design of the cards themselves. But I feel like the client doesn't do a good job of like bringing out the creative passion that goes into designing Pokemon cards. Even like the deck builder is not intuitive. The click and drag UI is not intuitive. Like, the layout, everything it feels bland to play. The rewards are not rewarding. You can look at, like, I think I saw Trust Your Pilot tweeted that like someone got to level 100. It doesn't actually give you anything for getting to level 100. Getting cards like this, like the hollow pattern, why is it all green looking? You know, like, even the bling cards look worse than the regular art cards. Like, getting a golden super rod doesn't feel good because it doesn't look good either. So it's like, I'd rather just play with the non-hollow cards, because everything, and it's like, I don't like talking about it. I don't, because I don't want to just, you know, be like that. I don't like talking about it, but I'm kind of over talking about it. Have it tried Marvel Snap? No. I can't play any other digital TCGs because they'll just make me sad. They just make me sad. And so the thing is, do I bring my decks out IRL? No. So, and the thing that I've said is, like, you get this disconnect between people who, you know, are lifelong fans of the Pokemon TCG or like really invested into the game or like the online client or whatever. And it's like people are really, really passionate about it, like myself. And it's like everything about this is just missed opportunities, right? Imagine if this game was anything like Magic Arena and you had like an atmospheric board that felt inspired by the Pokemon universe, and maybe you had like incentives built into the game where, like, say if I got to level 20, I could unlock a pet, and then my pet could run around the board and I could interact with it, and I could unlock, and, you know, my pet could be like a Bulbasaur or something that like existed on the atmospheric board, a board that maybe felt like it was part of the Pokemon universe. And then as a reward for playing the game, maybe I could get a top hat, and I could put a top hat on my Bulbasaur, right? You know how rewarding that would be to get to put a top hat on my Bulbasaur? And that's not a crazy thing, because that's just stuff that happens in other digital TCGs, right? Is that you can just customize your stuff. Yeah, I mean, the little stuff just goes a long way. And in this game, there is no little stuff. There's no little stuff. The little stuff is like you could dress up your avatar, which doesn't look like it belongs in the Pokemon universe, and just looks and feels horrendous. The avatars are so bad, they had to remove them from the side of the screen. And then you get into like the actual gameplay, and you're talking about just all of the little stuff, right? It's all of the little stuff just adds up. Like the fact that you've got the white blocks kind of overlaying the whole card, right? Like Pokemon cards are really cool, good-looking pieces of cardboard, and then you like overlay like the bland white spreadsheet looking stuff over top of them, and it's just like everything just looks and feels bad. You know, and it's not to say that like, oh, well, Pokemon couldn't do that. Like, yeah, they could. They could, just like every other digital TCG, you know, has taken steps to make rewarding digital clients like that. But there is some disconnect between what the Pokemon Company Japan wants and what the Pokemon Company International wants out of this experience. Because if you look at it, I mean, the Pokemon Company Japan doesn't outwardly endorse or support the existence of the Pokemon trading card game live in any way, which is kind of strange. Man, I really just need another couple energy, huh? Guess I'm whiffing. I don't really need these cross switchers. I guess I'll keep them. Can't get rid of the one. We'll do that. It's weak to metal, yeah. But I understand, like I was watching a YouTube video of of someone talking about like their personal critiques of, it was like a huge Zelda fan. I don't know if you guys have seen like the Zeltic YouTube channel, right? It's like this huge Zelda fan. He's a Zelda YouTuber or whatever. And I was watching his criticisms of the Pokemon of Tears of the Kingdom, right? And those criticisms to me, who is like an extremely casual video gamer, an extremely casual video game fan, those criticisms, while hearing them, I was like, those are kind of nitpicky. I understand what you're saying, but I as a gamer don't really care, right? So like I understand that someone who is not as diehard into the Pokemon TCG or even needs to play this client as a part of their living is not going to feel the same way that I do about it. They're going to hear me talk about all of the shortcomings of this thing and say like, well, you know, he's kind of nitpicky. It's really not that bad, right? And to me, it's crazy because I'm like, oh, well, Tears of the Kingdom is literally one of the best video games made in the last couple years. Like, it's just, and one of the greatest Zelda games probably ever made. Of course, it's not flawless, but in the case of Tears of the Kingdom, the expectations are like through the roof, right? I mean, the expectations are extremely high, and it's not always possible to live up to those. But with the case with this, I think there was a huge mismatched expectation versus how's the game being programmed poorly a nitpick. I don't know, Rich. Guy goes, I don't know. Oh no. If all you want out of a TCG client is like, if all you want is a game that is like mostly free to play, that it will allow you to simulate playing the Pokemon TCG, then you won't be terribly upset with this. If that's all you want, if you don't care about anything and all you want is a mostly free to play like simulator for the Pokemon TCG, then like you've got a mostly fine simulator for the Pokemon TCG right here, and it'll mostly get you there most of the time. And if your biggest thing is that you want it to be free, then you probably love this thing. And it's like you get there's definitely a lot of a lot of people who hear my criticisms of TCG Live and are like, well, it's like kind of free. I couldn't even play the old game. Like, yeah, but like the cards being cheap or accessible doesn't really, I'm not even going to play the worker because I just want to keep it in case they path. The cards being cheaper, accessible is not really like, you know, any 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, you could do that on any client. That's more of like it has nothing to do with the game design and more to do with like the choices of TPCI to like make the client, you know, easily available, or easily, like a low barrier to entry, right? So it's like, I'd say it's more of like a, what's the word that I'm looking for? Like a business practice, more of a, policy, more of like a policy that you agree with on, yeah, it's more of like a policy you agree with from TPCI and not anything to do with the game. It's like you agree with their policy that the game should be like low barrier to entry and not expensive, right? And accessible. So like that policy is great, but that policy does come with some downside in that this client is not generating any revenue, therefore is the roughest of all digital TCG clients that exist. This is the lowest performing one, right? It is also probably the one that generates the least amount of income for whoever owns it, right? So like, and to be someone who is like a huge Pokemon fan, such as myself, that can't be anything but disappointing, right? Because you're like, dang, they could have really done some cool stuff. Like imagine Magic Arena, but Pokemon. Imagine Marvel Snap, but Pokemon. Imagine Legends of Runeterra, but Pokemon. And the thing about this is it feels like the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live is just like kind of a barely adequate Pokemon TCG simulator on the internet, right? That's kind of what it is. It's just like a barely adequate Pokemon TCG simulator. As far as like mostly free to play digital TCG simulators go, it is mostly adequate, though visually uninspired and not very rewarding or engaging to pilot. Okay. Let's conceal cards. The whole thing just feels like a lot of missed opportunities, you know? Which is just disappointing for people that care about Pokemon cards a lot. But it's fine. It is what it is. My expectations are lower now. I've just lowered them. I've lowered them completely. They're on the floor now. And it took a little while because like I said, the expectation versus reality was kind of hard to get around. Okay. Did the player base have a high expectation of TCG Live? Of course we did. Yeah, and then like functionally there's a lot like that's just wrong with the game. Like from a functional standpoint, like when your opponent plays Super Rod, it doesn't show you what cards get put back into the deck. When your opponent plays Pal Pad, it doesn't show you what cards they Pal Padded back into the deck. When your opponent plays random abilities like Luxray's, not import. Like when your opponent uses abilities like Luxray's ability that comes into play, like the card will just like pop up into like the front of your face for like no reason. There's no game log, right? So yeah, there's like a lot of basic functions we're kind of just missing from the get-go. The deck builder is like really strange and disjointed, and like why is like the resolution? Why is the resolution of these cards so low, right? That are like here in my card pool. And then not to mention it's just like buggy and all that stuff, right? Like it's buggy, it disconnects you a lot. a lot of games. I end up playing against like backwards cards, naked opponents, all sorts of funny stuff. Now the cards like pop into like high resolution when you click on them, but then the cards in the collection are low res. Like everything's extremely low res. And it just kind of like looks gross and grainy. Yes, it seemed optimized poorly. Of course it is. So something that now that we're coming up on like 2 years with Pokemon TCG Live as well, I can kind of like take stock, especially like 1 year. I think 1 year ago, almost 1 year ago today, I switched to Pokemon TCG Live exclusively, right? Let's see, when was my last TCG? This was it, 11 months ago. This is my last TCGO video. The good old days, bro. Come on, YouTube. Give me nostalgia. This is what we used to have. And it wasn't great. It felt smooth. The gameplay itself was like refined and like it all worked, right? But this was like a third-party client. Like when you're scanning through the decks, there's high-resolution scans in the decks when you're doing a deck search. But the thing is, even if like, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, like you don't want to compare TCG Live to TCGO because TCGO was already a very outdated client. Like it was like years and years outdated. But it felt smooth and clean, right? But like you also had like this crazy, like when you booted up TCGO, you had this crazy like 2D characters that like greeted you and stuff. And in the next tag team episode we're recording tonight. But even like these cards, they just look great. And the holo textures, look how good the holo textures look. Like things are just subtle. The holo textures are subtle, they look good. The lack of hexagons, my goodness. Even the little scratches on the wooden table, it makes it feel authentic, right? Not to mention just like all of the cards existed. Here's another thing. Like, look, when I get to go use an attack, the cards are like the focus. Like, look. You go up to use an attack, right? And you don't get this like huge kind of white grid that overtakes the cards. The cards are always the focus. See? Instead, like this looks like it belongs on the card, right? It doesn't like, it's not like this white spreadsheet looking thing. Like even just the little things like that, you know? Yeah, also, right, when you use an attack, it just comes up to the right and then swings in to actually perform the attack. Bam! Look how slick that looks. Like, in comparison, bro. Like, what the heck? Like, look, you've got, like... And don't get me wrong. Like, this is a poorly, like, kind of like a poorly aged TCG client here. And this was like a very old, outdated TCG client. But everything kind of felt, I don't know, it felt nice to play. And that was the big difference that I was saying, is that TCGO felt good to play, right? It felt good to play. Whereas TCG Live feels bad to play. It feels like the UI is bad, it's clunky, it doesn't feel rewarding to actually put the cards down and, But, all right, something that, I mean, my channel has undergone like a complete revamp basically in the last year, and you could tell why there was so much stress about this impending switch. Because I used to be able to pop out 30,000 view TCGO videos just all the time, whenever I felt like it, really. But there's like a hard cap of people that will tolerate watching a TCG Live video on YouTube. And the hard cap is about 20 to 30,000. Whereas like on TCGO, like to show you my point, on TCGO, I don't think it's really fair to compare anything that I've ever made on TCGO to anything that I'm making now, because like the community exists without TCGO now. If you go to like my videos and go to my most popular, right? Like I had a TCGO video with 225,000 views, another one with 209,000 views, right? Another one with 164,000 views. Like you had some of these TCGO videos that could get up in the over 100,000 range. But with TCG Live, like my most popular TCG Live video is one talking about the existence of TCG Live, right? Whereas there's not actually, the interest level in TCG Live just internet wide has gone down. And if you look at like Pokemon TCG Live gameplay, right? And if you're looking at like any creators, if you're just looking for people who have played like dedicated TCG Live, right? You're not going to see almost anybody with a video with more than 30,000 views. Just straight up. This one's TCGO, 90,000 views. You got mostly like Purple Cliff, that's different. He's doing IRL, and he's also like viral, awesome guy. Why is it not actually giving me like... This is the biggest TCG Live focused video I've been able to find on the internet, is Trust Your Pilots at 117,000 views, right? This is the most viewed. If anybody has a TCG Live video with more views than this, I'd like to see it. This is the biggest one, and really, like, Trust Your Pilot was the only one playing TCG Live and knew everything there is to know about it, right? So as far as, like, everybody at once trying to get into a new game, TCG Live was, like, the beacon, or not TCG Live, Trust Your Pilot was, like, the beacon of knowledge for TCG Live. Like, anything TCG Live, trust your pilot's that guy, right? Because during the beta, he played it the entire time. But it seems like without that, though, I mean, my channel, I certainly haven't been able to. I'm like pretty happy with the content that I've been creating over the course of the past year. But if you look at like my most popular videos, like obviously I had to completely change things because there's not 100,000 people who are really interested in watching TCG Live gameplay. There's just not. So like these big spike videos that end up getting like a lot of views, like there's just not that many people worldwide who are interested in watching TCG Live gameplay, right? And that's proven by the fact someone prove me wrong, but can you find a 200,000 view video of just TCG Live gameplay by someone who creates predominantly TCG Live gameplay videos, right? So that would be like Azul, Little Dark Fury, myself, anybody. Thank you, Amy, for the sub and the 38 months. Appreciate you, Amy. Anybody. Like a content creator, Sneaker Talk, like whoever. Is there anybody who's made a video that's got over 200,000 views and it's just TCG Live gameplay? I don't think so, right? Because the interest just doesn't really seem to be there. Yeah, for the win. How to make beats and songs for free. How to change your desktop. Okay. 28,000 views. And like I said, even if you go to like, let's look at like Little Dark Fury. And Little Dark Fury's been pumping out the content. He's doing great for himself, but there is like a hard cap. This is TCGO, TCG Live. All right, so Little Dark Fury's most popular TCG Live video does have 50,000 views. 48. 44. So that's like the very high end, right? And similarly, like that's my high end for tabletop in the last year. Like if you go to my channel, like in the last year, the best I've been able to do, I've got a Temporal Forces set review with 41,000. I've got tabletop, 40K, Roaring Moon, right? I mean, anytime we're talking about new cards, it's going to be slightly more popular. But the biggest video of my last year, we had the Charizard EX, 47,000 views. Tabletop, though, not TCG Live. Chen Pao EX, 40K view, 55,000 views. I mean, this is like one of my biggest videos of the last year, right? Gardevoir EX, tabletop. But it's like a different landscape now, you know? Yeah, Jesse, you did a sort by view count and found nothing. That's what I'm saying. So, like, it's a completely different landscape now, right? We're just in a completely different world. There's only so many people on the internet who will even tolerate watching TCG Live gameplay on YouTube. And it's much less than the amount of people who used to be able to tolerate watching TCGO gameplay on YouTube. And that's just the way it is. So, you know, the dream of creating a TCG Live gameplay, like like I'm just not inspired by the client anymore. And that's the thing, is that I think that And a lot of creators aren't either. I mean, if you go to look at like what Azul's been up to, right? Azul pretty much doesn't do he pretty much doesn't do TCG Live gameplays anymore. All his videos are like commentary stuff, which is great for him. I mean, he's kind of finding his own his own beat with like the commentating thing, which is great. I mean, it's awesome. But again, not relying on TCG Live. His most popular videos, he's got, this one's actually from TCG Live, this one's from TCGO, and this one is about cheating. So of course, like that one's going to be, that one, you know, you got a cheater getting caught red-handed. That's going to get the views for sure. When I think about TCG Live, you know, as far as from a content creator's perspective, the client isn't really strong enough to hold up on itself. And it's kind of like it's just a backdrop to creating a Let's Chatting stream, more or less. It's just a big disappointment, right? And the personalities certainly drive, you know, the TCG Live content, because like, it's nice to be able to just watch a content creator like, you know, Azul or whatever, just like play cards, even if it is on like a very underwhelming client. But yeah, so now I'm like in a difficult position because I can't really compare anything that I used to create on TCGO with. It feels like my channel hard reset about a year ago, right? And it's like, okay, we're playing from just a different position. TCGO was like a tool that content creators had that was reliable, dependable, and like audiences were used to it. And TCG Live is like not dependable, not visually enticing, not exciting to play, and is just less of a reliable tool for creating content. Yes, and Jesse, you're exactly correct. I am doing much harder work now for less views. 100%. Yes, 100%. Which is disappointing. Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it's maddening. Yes. Because less people like TCG Live. You know, that's just the reality. That's the hand we're dealt, and that's just where we're playing from, though. Azul is kind of taking his channel and he's doing more commentary stuff now. I'm taking my channel and I'm focusing more on TCG tabletop experience. And Little Dark Fury has just doubled down and is just creating more TCG Live focused content and really just kind of like, you know, branded his channel as like the TCG Live channel, where you can watch like silly decks and stuff like that. That's like his niche. I appreciate that, John Shenlin. Thank you. Garchomp deck? There we go. Okay. I think this deck plays Path. Hopefully not. Be super not cool. You know, and I'm fine with that. I'm very thankful. There's a lot of things that have been going really well for me in the last year. I really love the vlogs that I've created. I'm very proud of those. You know, they don't have crazy 100K views or anything like that, but I'm very proud of them. And to me, the creative process isn't about view count. Like, I don't really, that's not really what it's all about, right? Surely the best songs ever written aren't the ones with the most amount of streams on Spotify, right? Surely. Man, I should have put down Palkia. What the heck? Right? I think we can all agree on that. Therefore, why would I, as an artist and a creative person, judge myself solely by view counts? I will not. Huh. Should probably just get out a guy and start swinging, huh? Gonna need 3 energy. That's fine. Make it rain. Okay. Yes, I'm very proud of like the vlogs that I created this past year. I'm very proud of the way that my tabletop content has evolved. If you look at my channel before this past year, I don't think that I had a tabletop video with over 30,000 views. I don't think so. And this year, I was able to create multiple tabletop videos with 40 to 50,000 views. Tabletop gameplay. And like, you know, tabletop gameplay doesn't get that many views traditionally. So I'm very proud of that. Let me see if I can see what my tabletop gameplay playlists. Let's see. Yeah, before. Yeah, I mean, my tabletop videos just didn't, you know, weren't nearly as big. So I'm very proud of how those are doing. Yeah, I appreciate that, Jurassic. That means a lot. Thank you. let's draw some cards. Four energy in the discard pile. It's worker. Pokestop. Got an Ultra Ball. Do not have enough for a knockouts. Unfortunately, my opponent does not seem to be doing too much. No, they do not. Sure. Go get him. Yeah, thanks, Borlord. Yeah, I edited the future video that I just posted over the weekend, and then Pig Chef does a lot of my editing. But we're kind of splitting responsibilities now. In fact, I got a lot of editing that I have to do, but kind of just vibing right now. But yeah, between Pig Chef and I, we both do the editing for the channel. Yeah, if you look at like Celio's Network, he used to do gameplay. Now he does mostly like video essays, right? And kind of like data and stuff like that. I mean, most of us have moved away from streaming is one thing, because streaming is like, you got to have a background to stream. You got to have something to do, right? And the digital TCG client, it makes sense. I mean, I try to do as many tabletop streams as I can, just like Azul tries to do as many commentary streams as he can. I appreciate that, Tofstum. Thank you. It's tough, though. It's tough mentally to keep my head up and my head in the game, because it feels like it feels like I used to be able to create more popular work for less effort with TCGO. And I kind of always knew that was going to be the thing. It's like, okay, I know that TCGO leaving is going to have to require me to either A, bite the bullet and just like try to create the best try to basically just create the content that I used to create, but just on TCG Live, but that it's just not the same. So it's like, can't really just barrel through like that. So it's created a situation where I kind of need to reinvent myself, reinvent the channel. And that comes with like a kind of this area where I need to work through it and grow. So I'm in the process of doing that, kind of reinventing the channel. I'll do TCG Live gameplays every once in a while, but I don't want TCG Live to be like the identity of Tricky Jim or the identity of the channel. Whereas like TCGO very much used to be the identity of like what the content that I created. But I'm feeling, I don't really want TCG Live streams to be or TCG Live gameplay on YouTube to be like my portfolio of work when I'm done, I have more creative ambitions than that. Have Jameson hire a full-time tabletop player for daily tabletop? Gee, JW, I think you'd be perfect for that. I appreciate that, Prestige. Note the Toad Scroll. Do I have to? How am I supposed to win with that thing there? Wait a minute. I think I just lose. And I prized my Palkia V-Star. Irida for Cross Switcher, I still can't knock it out. Ain't the Cross Switcher in the deck. Yeah, it's GG's. I can't deal with the Toad Scroll. Tough. We didn't lose to a Garchompa. We lost to a Toad Scroll. It's different. All right. You lost to a single Toad Scroll. Just so happens that card really counters this deck. And we prized our Palkia, who's like the guy that deals with that. Now, something that's interesting and something that I feel like is kind of going to change the landscape of the channel yet again is that Full Grip Games is creating a massive tournament hall with a stage and professional camera setup and all of that in the next 12 months. So part of me is like not even stressed. I don't even really care, bro. I'm about to have like infinite content at my fingertips, which is kind of exciting. So, you know, my focus in creating tabletop content feels like it's going to be rewarded in some ways when I have this opportunity to create Pokemon TCG tabletop content, you know, tournaments and stuff like that. It's like really big tournaments. Our tournament hall is going to have space for hundreds of people. So, and our plan is to eventually launch our own, you know, like tournament series. You know, that culminates in like a invite and stuff like that. And I think like the real sell is that we're going to be doing those release weekend events that allow players to test out new cards, you know, right when sets release and stuff like that, which should be very exciting. My opponent did get Manaphy out. So if I want to do anything, I've got to cross switcher. Okay. Avery is really interesting, actually. Yeah, it's probably just what we want to play. They'll get rid of that, but then it also forces them to get rid of something else to keep the Manaphy. Yo, you left one Charmander? What are you doing, bro? Come on. Man. I just need a cross switcher. I'm probably not going to find it. Dang it. That's fine. They can't take any important knockouts. So I can just make it rain for 50. It doesn't really matter. So yeah, when Full Grip gets this like tournament hall up and running, I mean, I'm gonna have 2 live tournaments a week that I can like broadcast and stuff like that. So when that starts, you know, the landscape of the channel might become even more, you know, kind of event focused, which is really fun for me. So we'll see. I mean, we do have weekly standard events. We have weekly Gym Leader Challenge events. I'm thinking that I'm probably just going to stream 1 event a week. Like stream standard 1 week, stream Gym Leader Challenge the next week, and rotate. So it'll be like 2 standard streams a month and 2 Gym Leader Challenge streams a month. And then combine that with like my own tabletop features that I bring in, like when I bring in Jesse and Craig and stuff like that. You know, that's at least 2 days a week of guaranteed tabletop content. 1 with me producing and playing my own games, and then another with like a tournament setting. And then we're also going to have, you know, probably like 4 or 5 like major $5,000-$10,000 cash events on weekends throughout the year that I'll commentate as well and produce. So yeah, we'll kind of see. That'll be interesting. But at this point, at first, you know, the identity of Tricky Jim, it really felt like I was, you know, a YouTuber first, and then I was like a streamer second. But now, like, currently, it feels like, you know, the Twitch streams are my bread and butter and kind of like what I focus on. And then, you know, YouTube videos are more slow, you know, slow release. And I really work hard on them, and I don't really, you know, it is what it is. The YouTube kind of feels like they're my passion projects, you know. Whereas like when I started Tricky Jim, it was like I wasn't, even when I started, I was only creating YouTube videos. So I was just kind of releasing them rapid fire to just get them out into the world. Let's see. Oh yeah, you're done. Roasted, buddy. It's time. Yeah, what you should have done is got that Charizard out. Because now we do this and this. And now you're having a bad time, you know? Dang, Gholdengo kind of broken. Moonlight Shuriken, both your guys. And goodbye. Yo, what's Saucer Rossi? The best way to find my GLC deck list for my YouTube videos? I have, from now on, all of the deck lists that I use in my YouTube videos will be featured in the introduction of those YouTube videos from now on. I started this with the future toolbox video that I just did, and I'm going to continue that trend for the foreseeable future. I used to throw the deck list at the end when I remembered, which was most of the time, but I did forget in a video or two. However, as of December, all of my favorite Gym Leader Challenge deck lists have been put onto gymleaderchallenge.com. I think my opponent got very sad when I knocked out both their Charmanders, unfortunately. And they didn't want to play the game anymore. That's what it looks like. Are you there? TCG Live randomization. I mean, it's all random. It's fine. I don't think that there's like, I don't really believe that TCG Live or TCGO or any of that is any less random than IRL. Like, it's all fine. They toss their phone. I think there's like a major oh yeah, Mirai Panda. Congratulations. I think that there's like this misconception that like in order for my deck to be random, I have to get an even distribution of like trainers, energy, and Pokemon. That's what random is. And that's not random. That is an even distribution, which is like the opposite of random. Random is random. So that means sometimes you're going to have a hand full of Pokemon. Sometimes you're going to have a hand full of energy. And that's just what it is. Yeah, and any difference between IRL randomization and TCG Live is probably confirmation bias, right? Why doesn't the client just scoop when they close the client? You know why. You know why. You know why. All right. Speaking of editing, I got a lot of editing I got to do, so that's going to be it for the stream today. Thank you so much for watching. I am going to be streaming tomorrow. I mean, that's the plan anyways, is to stream tomorrow, but apparently our great client is undergoing some maintenance, so I will be figuring out something to do. We'll figure out something to do. It's going to be like, I'm going to wing it. We'll figure something out. I don't know if I have anybody's scheduled for tabletop tomorrow. I got tabletop scheduled for Wednesday and Thursday, though. Yes, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys for all of the support today. Let's raid Amy. See ya.